of our industries. Back in 20, Filipinos and accounted for 12.9% of our GDP. Unfortunately, the tourism sector was the first sector critically impacted by the pandemic.
Saudi, and his co-sponsors are Representative Medi Kua and Representative Ed Christopher Go. So sila po ang makikipagbakbakan para sa department sa plenaryo. So if there's anybody who needs to be very clear on the budget today, sila po ang sponsors ninyo. So at this point, I'd like to request our lead sponsor for some sponsorship remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again to all our deputy speakers, our minority leader, Libanan, all other members of the House, and of course to our senior Vice Chair, Kong Stella Kimbo, our DOT family, of course, led by Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Again, welcome po to the House of Representatives. And, you know, President Bongbong Marcos, during his first State of the Nation address, emphasized the important role of the tourism sector in promoting the Filipino brand, a brand that is deeply rooted in our country's rich cultural heritage. He also acknowledged the important role of the tourism sector in the Philippine economy. Tourism is undeniably a pillar of the country's economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Tama po yung sinabi ni Vice Chair Kong Stella Kimbo na marami po sa ating mga kababayan ang umaasa sa sektor ng turismo. At alam naman din po nating lahat na malaki pa ang potensyal ng sektor ng turismo sa ating bansa. We are very optimistic this next year and in the next years, of course, led by our good secretary. We believe in you, Sec. We trust you and alam namin marami kayong magagawa sa sektor ng turismo. And today, I know the Department of Tourism will brief this committee on their proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. The proposed budget will hopefully operationalize the policy directives mentioned by President Marcos in his SONA, relating to the tourism sector, such as improving access to tourism destinations, upgrading of airports, and developing undiscovered tourist spots in the country, which I know there's still many more. Understandably, with a limited fiscal space, the department can only implement a limited number of programs, projects, and activities for the next fiscal year. Nonetheless, we believe that President Marcos and, of course, Secretary Frasco have big plans for the department and also this industry. Thus, we also look forward to hearing from the good Secretary how the committee can be of assistance to the department in its budgetary requirements and other related concerns. Once again, good morning, everyone, and may we have a productive budget briefing ahead of all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Repti. At this point, Secretary Maria Esperanza Cristina Garcia Frasco, you may now proceed with your presentation.
Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Magandang umaga po. Good morning. Deputy Speaker Duke Frasco, Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza, our Senior Vice Chairperson Stella Kimbo, Vice Chairperson Ino D, the esteemed members of the House of Representatives, officials of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies, my fellow workers in government, mayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Allow me to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to the House of Representatives that has always lent its invaluable support to the Department of Tourism. I come here today with high hopes that with your continued support, we would be able to ensure to actualize the vision of President Bongbong Marcos to transform the tourism industry to becoming one of the major economic pillars for recovery. According to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, tourism has experienced continued and deepening growth notwithstanding the pandemic. Modern tourism is closely linked to development and encompasses a growing number of new destinations. These dynamics have turned tourism into a key driver for socio-economic progress. As you well know, tourism continues to bear the brunt of the pandemic and the various calamities that have ravaged our beloved country. I myself, having come from local government, have personally seen the negative economic impact that the pandemic and various calamities have brought upon our shores. However, despite the challenges and limitations we continue to face, the Department of Tourism is focused and relentless in its effort in building a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism industry, knowing fully well that countless lives depend on the tourism industry for their survival. While tourism came to a standstill overnight, notwithstanding the fact that tourism supports 1 in every 10 jobs and 80% of the sector is made up of micro, small, and medium enterprises, I come here as well with the good news that as of today, the tourism industry is recovering at a promising pace. We now have a little over 1.3 million arrivals recorded since February 10, when our borders reopened to international leisure travel, and it is projected to reach up to 1.7 million by the end of the year. Businesses have resumed, people have reclaimed some of the work, and COVID-19 is within our control. But there is much work that needs to be done. Our greatest challenge now is not only to regrow our pre-pandemic numbers, but to exceed it, knowing fully well that despite all the difficulties and hardships that the Filipino people have faced, this has not done anything to take away from the beauty of our natural resources and the strength of spirit of the Filipino people. We need your help to grow tourism, to allow our Philippines to take a primary position in the global stage, because that is the birthright of every Filipino. On behalf of the Department of Tourism and the proud nation that it represents, I present to you the programs and plans of the Department of Tourism and the budget proposal for fiscal year 2023. Our presentation today will cover the following. First, the present state of tourism in the Philippines. Second, the department's policy thrust for FY 2023. And third, the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism for 2023 under the National Expenditure Program. To provide context and meaning to our budget, allow me to begin by providing a picture of the current state of the Philippine tourism industry. From a global perspective, tourism experienced a 3.8% upturn in 2021, according to the latest edition of the United Nations World Tourism Organization's World Tourism Barometer. However, the figures remain far below pre-pandemic levels, which was at 1.46 billion in 2019 vis-a-vis 415 million international tourist arrivals in 2021. The ASEAN region recorded the sharpest decline in visitor arrivals, ranging from 85% to as much as 97% in 2021. Thailand and Malaysia, our top market competitors, recorded a decline of 93% and 97%, respectively. Similar to our ASEAN neighbors, the rebound of the tourism sector has been met with many challenges. The Philippines registered a decline of 88.95% from 1.4 million tourist arrivals in 2020 to just 163,000 arrivals in 2021. A closer look at the visitor arrivals from 2018 to 2022 shows how much the COVID-19 pandemic severely impacted and disrupted the tourism industry. In 2019, the Philippines achieved highest numbers in terms of foreign arrivals, domestic trips, tourism revenue, and employment. However, our country suffered an 82% decline from 8.26 million visitor arrivals in 2019 to 1.48 million arrivals in 2020. This number dips further in 2021 to 163,000. But as I mentioned earlier, the good news is that the Philippines has welcomed more than 1.3 million travelers as of August 28, since we reopened our doors to international leisure travel. For 2022, our country's top 5 source markets include the United States, which registered 257,508 foreign arrivals, followed by Korea with a little over 165,000, Australia with over 59,000, Canada, and the United Kingdom. For the past 3 years, Korea, the US, Japan, and China were our consistent top source markets. Domestic trips recorded in 2021 were only at 37 million or 30% of the trips in 2019 pre-pandemic levels. This 70% decline resulted to a significant decrease of 82.3% in domestic tourism expenditure. As a result of the massive dip in visitor arrivals and domestic trips, the tourism sector suffered a significant decrease of 82.94% from 482.15 billion in 2019 to 82.42 billion in visitor spending or tourist receipts in 2020. In 2021, visitor spending further fell by 89.67%. However, while there is a decline in revenue, we are pleased to report that gradually domestic trips are picking up. Domestic trips for 2021 is higher by 38.16% compared to the 26.9 million trips recorded in 2020. According to DOT data, these are the frequently visited destinations before and during the pandemic. Consistent in the list are the provinces of Cebu, the National Capital Region, and Rizal. Since the start of the pandemic, the share of employment in tourism industries vis-a-vis total employment has been dwindling. Closure of tourism businesses has resulted to a decline in tourism employment to 4.9 million or 11.1% of the total jobs in the country, compared to the 18.1% share in 2019. But today, we bring good news from the Philippine Statistics Authority that shows an increase in employment of persons in the tourism industries, which is now 4.6% higher than the 4.7 million employed individuals in 2021. As far as tourism's contribution to our national economy, tourism contributed 5.2% to the country's total economic output in 2021, a 60% drop from 2019, where the tourism industry's contribution was at 2.5 trillion pesos or 12% of the country's total GDP pre-pandemic. However, we anticipate that with the gradual recovery of the tourism industry, this industry will once again become one of the major economic drivers of our economic recovery and contribute more than a significant number to our gross domestic product. According to the World Development Indicators of the World Bank for Travel and Tourism, the dominant tourism products of the Philippines are sun and beach, nature adventure, culture, marine sports, and farm. These are practically identical to what is being offered by Thailand and Malaysia, who rank first and second among the ASEAN member states. However, in terms of competitiveness, we are far below the ranks in the region based on the World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index, even if our country's natural resources are at par, or dare I say, even better than our neighbors. Compared to our other sub-regions, Southeast Asia is highly dependent on international travel and tours for its GDP. The economic importance attributed to tourism is recognized as a key factor in the prioritization of the sector, as well as the region's openness to internationalization. Despite its rapid movement in air transport infrastructure, the condition of ground and port infrastructure hinders travel. The region, therefore, needs to address weaknesses on these aspects, including as well health and hygiene and environmental sustainability. As can be gleaned from the enumeration, Singapore is the most competitive TNT country in Southeast Asia, followed by Malaysia and Thailand. Despite its decline in scores from the 2017 report, Singapore placed 17th globally, particularly excelling in business environment, human resources, labor market, and ICT, readiness, and others. The World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Competitive Index report states that the Philippines, on the other hand, remains roughly within the same range for global ranking since 2017. It slid from 6th to 7th when compared to other Southeast Asian economies, having been overtaken by Vietnam and Brunei, demonstrating the highly competitive nature of tourism in the Southeast Asian sub-region. This therefore demonstrates the urgent need to perform at a higher level, one that is appropriate for the economic development of the tourism industry. Before I accepted the offer to lead the Department of Tourism, I made sure to study our neighbors and to examine why it is that, notwithstanding the fact that our natural resources fare far better than our neighbors in terms of quality, that we rank only 5th to 6th in the ASEAN and 75th in the world. I studied as well all the National Tourism Development Plan of our ASEAN neighbors. And what I found is there are two factors that are variably different in terms of strategies of our governments. First, the ministries of tourism of our ASEAN neighbors are one of the major departments of their governments. In that, in terms of funding, they are allocated with massive funding, and that has corresponded to their massively successful performance in the ASEAN and globally. Second, their strategies are firmly anchored on the strength of their identity and their culture. And therefore, in approaching our programs and plans and recalibration of existing programs and plans, we tried to incorporate and benchmark some of the strategies of our neighbors, if only to ensure that we proceed post-pandemic from an equal playing field. Upon taking the responsibility of heading the Department of Tourism, and in order to educate myself on what are the prevailing challenges that the tourism stakeholders have, I took it upon myself to conduct listening tours among our 16 regions all over the country. I met with all of our regional directors, local tourism stakeholders, both from the public and the private sector. And this ranges from our hotel and accommodation services providers, tour operators, travel agencies, the airlines, the providers of our airports, seaports, and the like. With this, we were able to identify the prevailing challenges faced by the industry to date. And these include gateway access, infrastructure, health and safety, and the massive economic impact of the pandemic. On top of this, the sector has continuously faced challenges on the equalization of promotion and the lack of employment opportunities, all of which were worsened by the pandemic. With the current state of the tourism industry in mind, we move towards the policy thrust of the current administration to working towards addressing the gaps in the tourism sector and the many areas for improvement. The DOT's policy thrust is crafted pursuant to President Bongbong Marcos's vision of transforming the tourism industry as a pillar for economic recovery. The President himself has recognized the invaluable role that the tourism sector plays in the promotion of the Filipino brand. He underscored that it is time to welcome the rest of the world with an enhanced Filipino brand that is unique, attractive, and creative. Aside from his vision for the tourism industry to be an important economic development tool, the President noted that opportunities that the sector creates in terms of regular employment and even job creation at the grassroots level is undeniable. The President directed the agency to lead the programs that will make it more convenient for travelers to go around the country, even to remote areas, to help promote undiscovered tourist spots with the help, of course, of the Department of Public Works and Highways. Lastly, President Marcos endeavors to rebuild the country's world-class creative industries in order to generate more jobs and add more value for the Philippine tourism industry. In pursuit of the President's vision for the industry, I am pleased to share with the esteemed members of this body the 7-point agenda identified by the department to be carried on in the next years that shall help alleviate the current challenges faced by the industry. We shall work towards the following 7 main objectives. First, improving tourism infrastructure and accessibility. Second, establishing a cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity. Third, the enhancement of the overall tourist experience. Fourth, the equalization of tourism product development and promotion. Fifth, the diversification of portfolio through multidimensional tourism. Sixth, the maximization of domestic tourism. And seventh, strengthening of tourism governance through close collaboration with LGUs and stakeholders. In fulfillment of the 7-point objectives of the DOT, we shall focus on 3 key strategies: connectivity, convenience, and equality. And as you will see from the explanation, henceforth, the 7 objectives will be served by these 3 main strategies. First, on connectivity. It aims to ensure that our tourist destinations are accessible through improved transportation networks, affordable travel costs, and the digitalization of tourist services. Our approach is geared towards proactive and aggressive infrastructure development that provides quality access to roads, bridges, water systems, and various methods of transportation by land, sea, and air. As a primary gateway to the country, airports and seaports play an integral role in the overall tourist experience and the tourism value chain. I have met with the Department of Transportation Secretary Jaime Bautista to discuss the resumption of pre-pandemic routes to minimize the congestion in major ports. The opening of new and local domestic routes was also proposed by the Department of Tourism, given the positive developments in travel conditions and demands. In terms of partnership with the Department of Information, Communications, and Technology, the DOT will focus on internet service availability and the building of tourism intelligence to arm us with the data and the knowledge necessary on how to improve the entire tourist experience. We will also create a tourist life cycle app, which will serve as a super app that aims to connect tourists to accredited tourism establishments for accommodation, food, shopping, rides through accredited transportation, tour operators, and tour guides. It can also provide the needed data for tourism intelligence, specifically regarding tourism spending, and length of stay of tourists in a destination. The app will also have a tourist support feature as well as an e-commerce platform showcasing Filipino products. The second aspect of our key strategy is convenience, which aims to enhance the overall tourist experience and ease of movement. The department is focused on giving attention to the little things that matter in our tourism service. We will not fall short in giving our tourists the fully enhanced Filipino tourism experience. We envision improving our existing facilities in both land and sea by making it more efficient, aesthetically appealing, and most importantly, reflective of the Filipino brand. Overall, we want the experience of coming to the Philippines and traveling across the Philippines to be positive for all senses. We will incorporate distinct Filipino brands in our gateways, from design, furniture, down to uniform signages to guide tourists and passengers regarding time and distance to the gates. We will also push for a passenger experience that is seamless, stress-free, with more efficient service and reduced passenger waiting time. And one of the most important aspects that we will be introducing into enhancing the tourism experience is the development of a tourist assistance call center. At the moment, if you're a tourist in the Philippines and you encounter problems or are scammed for some reason or other, you simply do not know who to call or where to go. We plan to change that by providing a one-stop shop for our tourists that they may be able to obtain the information and assistance that they need so that their experience in the Philippines will be memorable and that they feel safe and secure as they travel across the country. With regard to the improvement of our gateways, we have identified as pilot projects the NAIA Terminal 2, the Davao International Airport, and the Cebu City Pier 1. We have coordinated with the Transportation Department to oversee a smooth facilitation of the beautification of our ports. In our ports, we'll also have a one-stop shop for land and air connectivity with provision for digitalized service to facilitate efficiency and travel. The department will also provide in all our gateways a tourist information desk with trained personnel to facilitate visitors' concerns. As you can see from the screen at the bottom, can we go back to the previous slide, please? As you can see from the screen at the bottom, that is a prototype of the tourist assistance desk that we will be putting in the airport that also reflects the Filipino brand. Also important to the tourist experience is the aspect of peace and order. It is very important for us to ensure the safety and security of our travelers and tourism workers. And therefore, we have already coordinated with the Department of Interior and local government to continue the presence of our tourist police under the Top Cop program. The DOT has also likewise begun its coordination with the DILG for the continued training of these top cops and to request the DILG that the tour of duty of the members of the Philippine National Police be lengthened so that the training will not be wasted as well and they can have a longer time staying in the key destinations. We have also looked at increasing the presence of peace auxiliary forces in our key destinations by linking our top cops with our LGU's barangay tanods. And we are very willing to train as well our barangay tanods in key destinations to assist the Philippine National Police for purposes of ensuring the safety and security of our tourists. We have also taken the lead in the establishment of tourist service rest areas and comfort rooms all over the country. I am pleased to report to the House of Representatives that this year we are breaking ground on 10 tourist service rest areas, 2 in Luzon, 4 in Visayas, and 2 in Mindanao. If you're a tourist traveling across the country from one destination to the next, one of the most basic necessities is a clean restroom. And yet, it is barely available. And that is why we see this as a very important project that will enhance the overall tourist experience. We've prepared a video for you to give you a view of what the tourist rest areas will look like, which we'll be breaking ground on this year. These areas will serve the travelers in need of accommodation, information, safety, and security. It will also have a pasalubong center inside, displaying our local products, highlighting the Filipino artistry. We have already identified the facilities at which we will be putting up these tourist rest areas. And the aim is that we would be able to establish these rest areas all over the country beginning this year in coordination and with the help of the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or the TIAZA, as well as our local government units. In addition to safety and security is to ensure the health of our tourists. And therefore, I have personally directed that we conduct a due diligence among all key destinations all over the country to identify what are the available health facilities that may be improved and or need to be put up in order to ensure that should our tourists come upon any accidents or other untoward incidents, that they would obtain necessary health assistance. Ease of access will be provided for all with establishments of PWD ramps in national tourism sites, PWD facilities as well, particularly in our tourist service rest areas. The third and last aspect of our key strategies is equality, which is aimed at the equalization of the overall tourism product development and promotion. We want to maximize domestic tourism and will make certain that no tourist destination gets left behind in the process of development. We will expand our tourism products and harness the potential of our tourism areas. Promotion and marketing opportunities to the destinations across the country will be equalized. My directive has been to extend the full support to the local government units across the country in terms of promoting and developing our hidden gems, especially those that have needed attention but have not necessarily received the same. We recognize the role that our local governments play in attaining sustainable tourism, and therefore we will strengthen our efforts in building capacities of our LGUs by rolling out local product development manuals and training modules, especially for our local tourism workers. This strong collaboration between the DOT and our LGUs will enable us to ensure the success of the establishment of tourism circuits and heritage caravans, which are also currently in the pipeline. We're also coming up with mechanisms to improve tourism standards, product accreditation, and review of product audits that are at par with global standards. We will see to it that the quality of our tourist destinations and product offerings meet international standards through rigorous establishment of accreditation and product audits. Currently, our Office for Standards Regulation is reviewing our accreditation standards to address gaps, improve it to present-day circumstances, and incorporate emerging tourism standards that cater to the needs of modern travelers. As well, we are upgrading our accreditation standards to include an incentive system for establishments across the country that specifically promote the Filipino brand. As part of our efforts to focus on maximizing domestic tourism, we will offer more choices, not just to foreign tourists, but to our fellow Filipinos to entice them to explore the many places across our beautiful country. The department is working on developing new regional tourism circuits that will highlight nature-based tourism, food and gastronomy, heritage and culture, farm and agri-tourism, health and wellness, film tourism, the arts, and more. In line with this, we will be putting up more cultural and heritage hubs. Our country is rich in history, tradition, and culture, and it's high time that we pour more of our attention in capitalizing on these strengths of our identity. We also see opportunities for innovative tourism services, such as hop-on and hop-off buses across key destinations and local and international river cruises. All these tourism destinations will get equal promotion, attention, and support as we expand ourselves from our traditional portfolio to explore multidimensional tourism. I am pleased as well to report to the House of Representatives that yesterday we inked a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Labor and Employment with a view to bridging the gap between the shortage of workforce in the accommodation sector, as well as the huge demand for tourism employment, especially in those that have been displaced by the pandemic and those that wish to pursue a career in tourism. In coordination with the DOLE, we will be establishing the Trabajo, Turismo, Ascenso Philippine Job Fair, which will provide the much needed push in the revitalization of the tourism industry's manpower needs. We're prioritizing the provision of employment opportunities in the tourism and hospitality sector in response to the severe losses in income and livelihood due to the pandemic. Lastly, we wish to announce that we will be launching this year the Bisita Be My Guest program, or the BBM Guest program, to provide incentives to our OFWs and fellow Filipinos living abroad who will invite friends and family and foreigners to come visit the Philippines. This will be a collaboration among various national government agencies, including the Department of Migrant Workers. Through the BBM Guest program, we will be offering raffle prizes to those that bring guests into the Philippines. We will be providing them with a travel passport that they can use to go across key destinations, get stamps, and claim a prize at the airport. And this will also give them a privilege card that would provide them with discounts in accredited establishments across the country. Meanwhile, for our policy recommendations, the DOT is hoping for the establishment of a tourism infrastructure development fund and the inclusion of a contingency fund for immediate response to calamities and disasters affecting the tourism industry. For us to accomplish all that we hope to do, and it's quite a long list, we are banking on the support of this esteemed House of Representatives. And with that, allow me to present the DOT's proposed budget for the next fiscal year. The Department of Tourism, composed of the Office of the Secretary, the Intramuros Administration, the National Parks Development Committee, and the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, is proposing a budget of 3.573 billion pesos. Noticeably, we are purely PS and MOOE and currently have no budget for capital outlay. The proposed budget of 3.296 billion for the Office of the Secretary in 2023 will account for 92.26% of the total expenditure program. Both the 2023 proposed budget of the IA and the NPDC will remain almost the same compared to their 2022 levels. This is the first time that the PCSSD will have its own budget as an attached agency of the DOT in view of the Tourism Act of 2009. The DOT Office of the Secretary has consistently worked towards fully utilizing its budget in order to achieve the objectives of its programs, activities, and projects. As with previous years, the DOT's utilization typically accelerates towards the latter half of the year, as most of its big-ticket projects are scheduled to be implemented in the second semester. When I assumed office, the utilization rate of the DOT was at 34% of its budget at the end of June 2022. We then conducted a due diligence on all the current programs and activities of the department. as well as identified areas for improvements with respect to financial controls. We're actively working on this as we speak. Rest assured that in line with the President's pronouncements and vision of revitalizing the tourism industry, we will be able to utilize our appropriations by the end of the year to include as well our new approaches to existing programs. The breakdown of the DOT Office of the Secretary covers the ongoing activities, programs, and projects, as well as other operational expenses of the DOT. The Market and Product Development Program will not only get the highest allocation at 1.8791 billion or 73% of the total program budget. It will be followed by the program expenditure classification with programs under operations classified into 4, namely tourism policy formulation and planning, tourism industry training, standards development and enforcement, and market and product development. Under the Office of the Secretary's operations, the bulk of the MOOE for 2023 will be implemented by the market and product development with a share of 85% to the total MOOE. Budget intended for tourism policy formulation and planning and tourism industry training share 6% each to the MOOE. Among the 4 programs of the DOT, Office of the Secretary, the biggest share allocated to the region is the budget for the Tourism Industry Training Program, and the central office allocation to the program is sub-allotted to the regions for allocation as well. With regard to the Intramuros administration, it is proposing a 63.093 million pesos to be able to discharge its mandate. This budget level is very similar to its budget in 2022. Any increase in line items can be attributed to inflation rates. Honorable members of this committee, the Intramuros administration, as well as the NPDC and the PCSSD have individually prepared their own presentations should you wish to see further details of their budget proposals. The National Parks Development Committee is proposing a budget of 204.6 million pesos. Lastly, the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving is proposing a budget of 9.5 million pesos, and this is the first time that the PCSSD will be having its own budget. Since being identified as an attached agency under the Tourism Act of 2009, it's currently transitioning as an attached agency, and we recognize the importance of dive as one of the major products being developed by the DOT. COVID-19 has proven to be our litmus test. It tested our mettle as individuals, our agility as an industry, our resolve as a sustainable sector, our empathy as members of society, and our resilience as a country. While I could have just stayed in my beloved town of Liloan, I accepted the tourism portfolio with high hopes that since the President has identified the tourism industry as one of the top priorities of his administration, this optimism has reverberated across all sectors of the tourism industry. And therefore, I come before you today with high hopes as well, that with the support of the House of Representatives, the Tourism Department will receive the budget that it needs to fulfill all the visions and programs of the President. All our good intentions rest on the shoulders of our esteemed lawmakers. This amount that you will be granting to us will directly redound to the benefit of our fellow Filipinos in terms of new employment, new business, a recovery of lost livelihood, and lost economic opportunities. Our road towards recovery that we will continue to face many challenges. But with the support of this honorable chamber, I know that we can, and we will rebuild a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism industry. After all, tourism is our shared responsibility. The success of the Department of Tourism is your success. It is everyone's success. It is our country's success. And with this, esteemed members of the House of Representatives, I thank you for your time, and I am prepared to address any and all of your questions. Daghang salamat.
Salamat, Secretary Frasco. Incidentally, esperanza is the Spanish word for hope.
Yes.
So we are also very hopeful with you as the leader of the DOT family. So we shall begin interpellation. But before that, nakalimutan ko pong batiin ang wind beneath the wings ni Secretary Frasco. Magandang umaga, Deputy Speaker Duke Frasco. And we have additional members joining us today. Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza, Rep. Arlene Brosas, Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Teves, Vice Chair Gilbert Pialago, and Representative Dimaporo. So, some reminders. I'd like to remind all the members that you have 5 minutes for your questions, excluding the response of our resource persons. And when you hear the bell, which sounds like this, yung doorbell na yan, that means that you only have 30 seconds left. And so please wind up. And of course, as part of our cherished tradition, we accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House, and they shall be followed by the majority members in an alternating manner. And Vice Chair D, would you like to add to our long list of reminders?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to what was mentioned by Vice Chair Kong Stella Kimbo, may I just remind all the members of this committee, I know many of us have other committee hearings simultaneously ongoing right now. And for the sake of expediency, and given that there are already many that wish to interpolate this morning, our regional directors and other officers of the Department of Tourism are across the hall, are ready to be able to assist you with all your other concerns. Just a reminder to all our members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat. And with that, shall call the first interpellator. We have Minority Leader Marcelino Lebanan. Sir, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson Stella Kimbo. Secretary, thank you for a very inspiring presentation. And I would like also to greet the officers of the DOT, especially my compadre, Attorney Benji Chi, who is ably managing the Philippine Retirement Authority. He was once my chief of the legal division when I was commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration. Anyway, let's go to my questions. How much did you ask from DBM so that you can possibly enforce or execute your plans, and how much was approved by DBM?
Thank you for that question, Your Honor. And since you asked, I am compelled to answer, as I understand. The proposal that we presented to the Department of Budget and Management was the total amount of 12.2 billion pesos.
And how much was approved?
The approved budget given to us was 3.2 billion pesos.
Iyan ang sinasabi ko, Madam Chairperson, parang kumuha tayong napakagaling na sundalo, napaka-inspiring na sundalo. Papupuntahin natin sa giyera, pero bibigyan natin ng itak ang mga kalaban niya, mga nakabasuka. Madam Chairpersons, Madam Chair, my dear colleagues, nakikita natin sa report ng tax receipts noong 2019, umabot tayo ng 9.3 billion US dollars. Pero noong 2020, naka 600 million US dollars na lang tayo from tourism receipts. Pero hindi ito nakakatakot dahil lahat naman bumagsak ang tourist arrivals sa lahat ng mga bansa. Pero ang napaka-importante ngayon, paano tayo makikipag-compete sa ibang bansa? Dahil lahat ng turista ngayon gustong magbiyahe. Ang ating bansa ay napakaganda. Maliban lang na napakagaling ng ating Secretary of Tourism. Kaya kailangan siguro dagdagan natin yan. Dagdagan natin kasi kailangan na bumangon ng ating bansa. Napakaklaro po nito. Ang babangon ng ating bansa economically pag maganda ang kanilang funding. Sinabi na sa atin ng ating secretary, sa ibang kapaligiran natin na bansa, major funding na binibigay ng kanilang gobyerno, strength of identity and culture. Pero gusto kong kung pwede dagdagan nyo ang immigration policies ng bansa na yan. Kasi kaya ngayon, ginagawa ng House of Representatives, i-modernize ang ating immigration policies dahil 1940 law is a restrictive policy to foreigners. Pangalawa po, nakikita ko sa ating deployment ng ating tourism attaches. May 11 lang tayo na tourism attaches in other countries, 9 marketing representatives, and 5 tourism directors. Napakaliit po nito. Hindi talaga tayo mananalo dito. Kung seryoso tayo, ibangon ng ating bansa, maging seryoso tayo dito. Pangatlo po, ang isang hindi ko nakita yung digital marketing strategy ninyo. Walang presentation. I'll be expecting that on the floor. Kasi sa ngayon, internet na ang bakbakan. Paano natin i-promote ito worldwide? Kailangan natin i-promote ang ating tourism worldwide at gamitin natin yung digital marketing strategy dito. Mag-hire na tayo ng mga international experts dito. At kung gagawin po natin ito, lalo na makafocus tayo sa mga bansa na maraming turista. Like for example, China. Walang Facebook sa China. Ano bang strategy natin sa China? Ilan lang ang tao natin? Nasa Beijing lang at saka Shanghai. Yung tourism attaches natin. Guangzhou at saka Hong Kong. Pero ito ang pinakamaraming mayayaman na turista. Sa estimate natin, mga 40 million money Chinese persons are going out. And they will be more than these numbers after pandemic. Like also in India, but we only have one tourism attaché. So in Mumbai, dalawa lang, New Delhi and Mumbai. I think you shall seriously look into this para ang bansa natin na napakaganda ay mapagsilbihan natin ng maayos. Thank you po, Madam Chairperson.
Secretary Frasco, do you wish to respond?
Yes. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, thank you. I have no objections whatsoever to your position that indeed the funding for the Department of Tourism should be equal to the expectations as well as the potential for it to deliver in terms of economic contribution. And to highlight the contribution of the tourism industry to our economy, I wish to point out that our tourism industry contributes at least 12.9% to our gross domestic product. Yet, comparatively, the budget of the Department of Tourism accounts for 0.063%. of the entire national budget. That being said, I agree that improvements in the immigration policy need to be introduced. And this is the reason why the DOT has actually already proposed by way of formal communication on first, the improvement of accessibility to obtaining visas. Right now, it's quite inconvenient to obtain a visa, and there is barely any option to obtain the same online. Second, to expand the length of stay that tourists are allowed in the country, because this will inevitably lead to more tourist spending, a longer stay in the Philippines, and a bigger possibility for them to explore not just the primary destination, but neighboring destinations as well. With regard to the presence of tourism attaches, I actually had a meeting with our tourism attaches from all over the world the other day via Zoom. And indeed, they are quite undermanned in terms of the key destinations as well as the potential markets that we have identified. For this reason, I would be in full support of any measures that the House of Representatives may introduce to assist our department as far as the increased funding to increase the number of tourism attaches as well. Since the matter of China and India was mentioned, as far as China is concerned, per my discussion with our tourism attaches, we're very optimistic that their outbound travels will be resumed soon. And with that, we are already in discussions and negotiations with our airline carriers to be able to facilitate chartered flights from China, as well as the resumption of previously established routes. With regard to India, we are also presently in talks with the private sector as far as how we can explore India as an opportunity market for the Philippines, recognizing that the sheer number of their population presents large opportunities for us as far as certain tourism products, such as wedding tourism. On the digital marketing strategy, the DOT has already embarked on said strategy in collaboration with the Tourism Promotions Board. The OIC COO of the TPB is actually present here today, and if I may invite him to give a few remarks to give a view of the digital marketing strategy of our department.
Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary. Salamat, Minority Leader Libanan. At this point, would you like to speak?
Yes, Madam
Kindly
Chair.
state your name and position.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Attorney Charles Bautista. I am the current OIC of the Tourism Promotions Board.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, Honorable Representative Libanan. As to the digital marketing strategy of the Department of Tourism, the Tourism Promotions Board is the marketing and promotions arm of the department. And the primary strategy we're looking at is consolidating all our digital assets. Right now, we have multiple digital assets, whether it's in the form of websites, it's their social media pages, and gearing towards a unified Filipino brand, we are looking to consolidate that into a platform that is more accessible. And when we mean accessible, not just it be loading fast, but also in terms of accessibility in language. A lot of our digital assets right now are in English, and we want to make sure that it caters to multiple languages as well. The second strategy we are looking at is developing B2B platforms for our tourism stakeholders in the Philippines, specifically B2B platforms for our MICE industry. Because if we look at our neighbors, the strength of their MICE industry really is because of their digital presence and accessibility of these MICE destinations, and making sure that our tourism stakeholders locally are easily connected with international stakeholders 24/7. And the third pillar of our digital strategy is on content development. Our content development is geared towards two phases. The first is helping the different regions develop content when it comes to promoting their promotional materials. We all know that when we go to social media or any other platform where we consume content, the aesthetics is very important. And we want to make sure that the regional offices and the different local government units are equipped with quality content. And the second phase of that content development is our distribution platforms. We recognize the importance of film and streaming platforms, especially now that in this very digital age, film and TV series are now consumed online, whether on streaming platforms, mobile platforms, or social media platforms. And we want to make sure that we create content that showcases the best of what the Philippines has to offer on these platforms. Some of the, I think some landmark, I think, case studies that we can look to is when the film Siargao came out and how it impacted Siargao, same with Baler. And most recently in Europe, they did Emily in Paris with Netflix, which boosted their tourism arrivals by 5% just because of one film. And we're looking to replicate the same distribution method with our curated content, digital content. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Attorney Bautista. At this point, we proceed to the independent minority. Representative Edsa Lagman, you are recognized via Zoom. Rep. Lagman, you are muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We can hear you.
And also thank you to our Vice Chairman D. I have no questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism. I fully endorse the same. And if the majority would increase the said budget, I will support such welcome move. I will also support an increase in the subsidy for the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority or TIESA so that it could undertake more tourism infrastructure projects. As a revenue and job generating department, adequate budgetary support must be accorded to the Department of Tourism so that the Philippines can compete for tourist arrivals with their ASEAN neighbors and create local livelihood opportunities. We must be able to fully revive the tourism sector from the deep slump it suffered because of the tourism inactivity due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Chair, just a reminder to DOT. In the department's effort to develop new tourism destinations, I hope it will not neglect to maintain and improve the traditional and world-renowned tourist destinations like in the Philippines, like the Mayon Volcano Tourism Complex in Albay. My congratulations again to Secretary Cristina Garcia Prasco on her stewardship of the Department of Tourism and attached agencies. Thank you.
Do you wish to respond, Secretary Frasco?
I would like to express my gratitude to Representative Lagman for his kind support for the Department of Tourism. And I would like to express my assurances to the good representative that in our effort to develop new tourism destinations, we will ensure that this goes hand in hand with the further development of already well-established tourism destinations such as the Mayon volcano. And as a matter of fact, I have already directed the Tourism Enterprise Infrastructure Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, specifically to look into how we can improve the existing facilities within and around Mayon volcano to ensure that this treasure of our national heritage be given the necessary support that it needs to continue to generate tourism arrivals for our country.
Salamat, Secretary. At this point, we acknowledge the presence of our esteemed colleague, Majority Floor Leader Manix Delipe. Good morning, sir. So now we move on to the majority. Next to interpellate is Representative Khalid Dimaporo. You're now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 5 sets of questions that I'd like to ask the good secretary and the DOT family. First, I'd like to say that I think all of us in Mindanao were elated when we heard the news that she would want to expand tourism and promote tourism in the region of Mindanao. So my first question is in regards to the budget. We'd like to see that in the form of numbers. What is the budget for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao disaggregated under the Department of Tourism? And what is the difference between the Mindanao budget for 2022 and 2023? That's my first question, Madam Chair.
Secretary.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question, Your Honor. Yes, one of the first declarations that I made in taking the tourism portfolio was that we would ensure to fully open Mindanao to tourism. And one of the essential components of that, of course, is the continued peace and order of the region, which is why we are already presently coordinating with the Department of National Defense to ensure that the reopening of Mindanao for tourism would proceed in a manner that ensures the full maximization of the local government units' potential in the area. To your question on the division on the budget, presently, disaggregated, it constitutes 30% of the entire budget of the Department of Tourism.
Madam Chair, I will accept if the good secretary and the DOT team can just submit it to the committee secretary, specifically what the numbers are. And I'm very interested to know if there has been a difference in the Mindanao budget for 2022 to 2023, or is it still the same budget or less?
There is
Secretary.
yes. Yes, Madam Chair.
You may respond.
Yes, thank you. Well, there is certainly a difference in terms of the recalibration of the strategy, but our budget ceiling remains the same. Nevertheless, we would be happy to provide you with the detailed breakdown of the budget specifically to indicate the amounts that have been allocated for Mindanao.
Madam Chair, I understand that we are facing fiscal difficulties, especially because of the pandemic. But, you know, in the absence of an increased budget for Mindanao, there are always substitutes for that. And the best substitute is the time of the good secretary. So on behalf of the X-Men for Region 10 legislator, X for Region 10, men for Mindanao legislators, we'd like to invite you to our region, Region 10, so we can discuss the plans and programs of our Mindanao region and Northern Mindanao, specifically when we begin the budget call next year, around January, February, March. And you can properly also be introduced to your counterparts for tourism development in Northern Mindanao, the gateway to the south. My second question, Madam Chair, is in regards to Typhoon Odette. Being a former mayor of the good LGU of Liloan, I know the Cebu province has been badly damaged by Odette, and so has other tourism areas. I'd like to know, is the Department of Tourism prepared for this type of circumstances? Because we have climate change, we have unpredictable weather. We need to be able to bounce back, not only from the pandemic, but also from typhoons and other natural calamities. do we have an inventory of damaged infrastructure, tourism infrastructure due to Typhoon Odette, Madam Chair?
Secretary.
You're correct, Your Honor, that I know all too well the damage that Super Typhoon Odette has brought upon our shores, especially considering that no less than 37 local government units of the province of Cebu were badly devastated, and over 90% of my coastal community in Liloan was wiped out. With that, one of the very first directives that I gave to the Department of Tourism was to present to me an accounting of all the damaged tourism-related structures across our regions. And they have presented to me the same. And this was actually part of the Tier 2 proposal that I had presented to the DBM. I have no Tier 2 to speak of at the moment. And therefore, there would be no funding for the repair of these damaged structures if we are to singularly rely on the Department of Tourism. Nevertheless, I have tasked our tourism arm, our infrastructure arm, the TIEZA, to closely coordinate with our department. And so whatever piecemeal assistance that we can give to the regions with the limited budget that we have, we can do so. And so now from our end, it's a matter of prioritization, considering the availability or non-availability of budget for that matter.
Rep. Maporo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's good to know that the problem that we were experiencing in the previous administration, which is that the call for help has fallen on deaf ears when it comes to the DBM, is being repeated again for the victims of Typhoon Odette and the tourism sector that was affected in Cebu or other provinces. I'm saying this, Madam Chair, because us in the province of Lanao del Norte have damaged tourism infrastructure during Typhoon Vinta. And up to now, walang feedback galing sa national government. And I think this is highlighting the problem of how funds are prioritized to help our agencies, such as the Department of Tourism. It's in Tier 2, according to our secretary, but it has been more or less rejected. Hopefully, we in Congress can make institutional amendments so that we can help the tourism sector, one of the very big, nice, vibrant economies of our country, bounce back from calamities, not only in Cebu, not only in Siargao or Surigao, but also other provinces that are badly hit by the pandemic that has thriving tourism. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask my last question, and that is in regards to the good secretary mentioned tourism governance. When I was governor of the province of Lanao del Norte 2007 to 2016, I experienced that the quickest path to success was to copy other governors. So I copied Bukidnon's healthcare reform program, and I wanted to copy the province of Cebu's Suroy-Suroy sa Cebu. So I'd like to know if from the good secretary being a Cebuana, if that is a program that would be best replicated in the other provinces, and perhaps also maybe in partnership with the DOT and the League of Provinces, our governors and mayors can come to Cebu and see what Governor Gwen Garcia, our colleague, former Deputy Speaker, is doing so successfully in her province. That's my last set of questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Frasco.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. First, I'd like to add some remarks to what funds the DOT would have in terms of preparedness for disaster. If you will note from my presentation, this is actually one of our policy recommendations as far as the establishment not only of a tourism infrastructure development fund, but also a contingency fund similar to those available to other departments that the Department of Tourism can easily access should there be disasters. At this time, when disasters strike any of our tourism establishments, we turn to our fellow agencies, especially in providing social protections to our tourism workers. And therefore, the presence of a contingency fund in the budget of the DOT would greatly help us respond immediately to calamities and disasters. With regard to shared tourism governance, this is an advocacy that's very close to my heart, having come from local government and recognizing that none of the national policy programs and considerations of the national government can proceed without collaboration and coordination with our local government units. National programs and policies must be tempered with practical application, and it is precisely the perspective of our local chief executives of our LGUs that can provide us with the necessary input in terms of the realities that they face on the ground so that we may be able to adjust national policy accordingly. And with that, we recognize the strengths of our provinces, cities, and municipalities, especially and including the very strong culture of tourism in the province of Cebu. And as an aspect of our equality strategy under our presentation earlier, under shared tourism governance, we will indeed be benchmarking successful programs of provinces all over the country as part of our cultural and heritage mapping program that we will be facilitating region by region.
Salamat, Secretary, and thank you, Rep. Timaporo. We now call on, from the minority, Representative Arlene Brosas. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, ang tourism sector natin belongs to one of the top employment contributors, no? Accounting for 13.6% of the total number of employed Filipinos in 2019. At peak po ito, 5.7 million jobs noong 2019. Tourism-related jobs crashed to 4.6 million noong 2020, pero nakarecover 2021 to 4.9 million. Pero hindi pa muling naibabalik sa pre-pandemic employment level. Ano po? So, maraming nalagas na trabaho. Is there any program under the Department of Tourism's proposed budget for 2023 which can offer safety nets, wage subsidies, or any form of cash assistance to workers in the tourism industry, especially to those who are jobless up to now?
Secretary?
Yes. Thank you very much for that question, Your Honor. I'm very pleased to inform you that we have not waited until next year and had in fact already instituted the necessary programs to answer to the massive job loss across the tourism sector. And this program we intend to carry out next year and in the years to come. Yesterday, we inked a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Labor and Employment for the holding of the Trabajo Turismo Ascenso Philippine Job Fairs that will be held across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. It is slated for September 22 and will provide at least 1,500 tourism-related jobs across our regions. We intend to carry out this multi-month campaign until next year and in the years to come with the support of the House of Representatives. With regard to the provision of social protections for our tourism workers, this would fall under our proposal for a tourism contingency fund, especially when there is massive job loss as a result of man-made calamities, disasters, or pandemics such as the COVID-19 pandemic. At the moment, however, the DOT, in responding to the needs of our tourism,
Chair,
yes,
how much is the contingency fund that you're saying?
we don't have any at the moment, as it is not a fund that presently exists under the DOT. So what the DOT has done is to coordinate with the Department of Labor and Employment as well as the Department of Social Welfare for the provision of financial assistance to displaced tourism workers?
Madam Chair, particular for the DOT, meron po ba kayong programa para dito sa sinasabi ko? Kasi dole yung inyong sinasay, tapos yung together with the SWD for the social services, tapos wala pang pondo para sa contingency fund. So technically, ang sagot po doon wala eh. So Madam Chair, kasi we're hoping that DOT can have its own program to look after and extend assistance to workers, particular in the tourism sector. Hindi po natin pwedeng isantabi yung kanilang kalagayan habang malaking pondo ang gagastusin para halimbawa sa brand campaign ninyo, sa marketing ninyo, pero doon sa mga manggagawa, yun po yung particular na tinatanong natin. Napaka-volatile po ng katangian ng mga trabaho sa sektor ng turismo. Minsan nakabatay sa dagsa ng tourist arrivals, madalas walang klarong employee-employer relationship. Kaya po mahalaga na magkaroon ng programa sa budget ng DOT para tugunan yung job insecurity ng mga manggagawa sa turismo. Madam Chair.
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, I greatly appreciate the sentiments of Representative Brosas because it shows a deep appreciation for the work that is being done by our tourism frontliners who are often affected by upheavals in disasters and other calamities. However, the provision of wage subsidies is simply not the mandate of the Department of Tourism. And the extent of our proposal is to provide social protections to them by way of a contingency fund that which I had explained earlier. In addition to that, there is a tourism development fund that perhaps we can tap to explore what assistance we can lend to our tourism frontliners. But then again, this amount is simply not enough. And that is why the effort of the DOT has been to extend our hand to ask help from our brother and sister agencies, such as the DOLE and the DSWD.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Precisely my point, kailangan po nating ayusin yung budget para magkaroon talaga ng pondo, particularly for sa mga manggagawa sa sektor ng turismo. Yun po sana yung kahilingan natin, Madam Chair. At sana mapagbigyan ito sa mga susunod na pagdinig ng hearing kaugnay sa Department of Tourism. Siguro pagka na lang magkaroon ng mga amyenda kaugnay dito. Madam Chair, last question na lang. Madam Chair, we have been familiar with the stories linked to sex tourism in the country and its socio-cultural implications. Sa harap ng panibagong pagtatangka na makaakit ng mas maraming turista sa gitna ng tuloy-tuloy na pagsadsad ng kabuhayan sa mamamayan, tiyak na mas maraming kababaihan at bata ang magiging vulnerable sa prostitusyon at trafficking. Now, how can the DOT ensure the protection of Filipino women in its renewed bill to sell the country to tourists?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, I greatly appreciate the concern of Representative Brosas for our women and children, and this is an advocacy that is very close to my heart. I'm pleased to report that the Department of Tourism currently has a program called Tourism Integrates, Supports, and Minds Women's Rights and Children's Safety, specifically directed for the protection of women and children in tourism and to prevent human trafficking. In partnership with the Department of Justice, the DSWD, non-government organizations, and LGUs, the program involves training of staff as well as advocating the adoption of the implementation of policies and practices in each tourism enterprise and the LGUs to protect women and children. And just to add to my remarks earlier on protecting our tourism frontliners, I'm also pleased to report that as far as empowering them, the DOT has trained at least 32,000 tourism frontline workers and provided at least 700 plus trainings in 2021.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are hoping that the DOT will be active and conscious in ensuring that gender-based violence and harassment will not take place, especially in the tourist areas. Ano po? We are also hoping that the brand campaign, Being Eyed, will not in any way bank on objectified images of Filipino women to pander to foreign tourist tastes. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary.
Salamat, Rep. Rosas. The Chair wishes to recognize or acknowledge the presence of our esteemed colleagues, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos and Representative Richard Gomez. Next to interpolate is from the majority. The Chair recognizes Representative Jervil Luistro, who is joining us via Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Chair. First, I wish to extend my congratulations to our esteemed Secretary of DOT, Secretary Frasco. And for my manifestation, I wish to commend the prior efforts of the DOT for enabling us to yield 2.5 trillion to our country's GDP. That was before pandemic. And of course, for the Philippines landing as number 6 among the most frequently visited countries, likewise before pandemic. These figures gives us realization of the importance of the recovery program of our tourism industry, and allow me to manifest my strongest support to the Department of Tourism in terms of its recovery program, including the possible increase of its budget, if the same is still possible. And of course, for my questions, I wish to ask our good secretary, how much budget do we consider to allocate for the healthcare facilities? Madam Chair.
Secretary Frasco.
Yes. Thank you for your remarks and that question. First of all, I would like to highlight that the District of the Good Representative hosts one of the best diving sites in the Philippines and is definitely responsible, in addition to our other diving sites, for the Philippines having been chosen as the world's leading dive destination for the past 3 years. And I thank the Good Representative for her efforts for her district. On the question of support for health facilities in key tourism destinations, as the provision of health facilities is the primary mandate of the Department of Health, we are in coordination with the DOH for the purpose of ensuring that we secure budgetary funding for the improvement of our health facilities.
Yes, Madam Chair, let me just take advantage of this opportunity to once again appeal to our good secretary. Their support to my proposed Batangas Tourism Specialty Hospital that is in the municipality of Mabini, Batangas. And for my second question, Madam Chair, it appears that there is a Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving in the report, which has an appropriation of 9.5 million or 0.3% of the total appropriation for DOT. May we be enlightened from our DOT how the same appropriation is being utilized in as far as the scuba diving industry is concerned?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, the Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving is actually present, and my request for him to be recognized for him to address the good representative's question.
Kindly state your name and your position.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marco Angelo Ancheta. I'm the Executive Director for the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving.
Mr. Ancheta, you are recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a short backgrounder. The Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving was created by then President Ferdinand Marcos in 1978. Its mandate was for the promotion and development of the Philippine sports industry. The budget for the PCSSD was utilized in conducting trainings, in also regulating the industry by conducting accreditations for dive establishments, dive individuals who register with the PCSSD. Most of the plans and projects of the PCSSD were allocated for trainings and diving activities that also help promote and regulate the diving industry. That's all.
Madam Chair, as a follow-up question to our head of PCSSD, 4 of the 6 municipalities in Batangas 2nd District has a huge scuba diving industry. This includes the municipalities of Mabini, Bawan, San Luis, and Lobo, and even Tingloy. 5 municipalities out of 6 in Batangas 2nd District. May I know what extent of regulation are we implementing in as far as scuba diving activities, especially to scuba diving instructor is concerned?
Mr. Ancheta?
Thank you, ma'am. With regards to the regulatory function of the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving, the dive individuals or the dive professionals engaged in the conduct of diving activities are required to register with the Philippine Commission on Sports Scuba Diving. In this way, we will be able to monitor all the dive professionals who are conducting trainings or scuba diving tourism throughout the Philippines.
Madam Chair, it appears that what the PCSSD regulates is the training by professionals. I wish to be enlightened if there are complementary training programs for scuba diving which can be availed of by our kababayans in Batangas so they can legitimately practice their skills in scuba diving. Is there a complementary training program being offered by the PCSSD to our barangay folks or kababayan?
Mr. Ancheta?
Thank you, ma'am. Presently, ma'am, we are working on creating a dive safety network for throughout the Philippines. This will cater to emergencies which may happen anywhere in the Philippines. At the moment, with our limited budget, we have a project for implementation which is called the decompression chamber operator training. At the moment, we are still to implement this project for the 3rd quarter of this year. We also plan to do this project to other areas, especially in Batangas, which has also a huge volume of diving activities with a lot of diving professionals. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I understand that decompression is one of the risks being faced by our divers. That includes our amateur divers or probably untrained divers. And with that manifestation from Mr. Ancheta, I wish to appeal to our good secretary. Considering that scuba diving is one of the major contributors in scuba diving industry, in tourism industry, most especially in Batangas. I hope that the DOT will be able to come up with a free training program for our kababayan because after all, once trained, they will be important players towards the recovery of our tourism industry, most especially in scuba diving industry. That is a manifestation, Madam Chair. And for our last question, since Batangas or most of the provinces are situated in the Verde Island Passage. This is a renowned tourism industry described internationally as center of marine biodiversity of the world. May we be enlightened, Madam Chair, on the programs of the DOT concerning our Verde Island Passage.
Thank you, Rep. Luistro. Your time is up. Would the Secretary wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to report to the good representative that several programs specifically catered to the dive industry have already been rolled out, specifically in Anilao. First, the Dive Spotters Training Program, which specialized in a 2-day training workshop aimed to standardize the skills of dive spotters and provide existing dive guides with practical knowledge on photography, science-based fish identification and critter spotting guidelines. This was implemented in 2019. In 2021, there was a dive guide training program, which is an offshoot of the local destination validation trip made to Anilao in November 2020, wherein dive stakeholders were consulted on their product and market development needs. For purposes of the year 2023, I am pleased to report that we do have very specific programs under the DOT Office of the Secretary catered to diving. First is the Dive Destination Exploration Program, wherein we would conduct the thorough exploration of potential destinations that may be developed for dive tourism purposes. And second is the Dive Spotters Training Program to equip dive guides and professionals with spotting skills. And we have already conducted this year the Philippine Dive Expo, which put together local and international stakeholders in the dive industry for the specific purpose of promoting our dive destinations across the country. Next year, we would also have the Dive Travel Exchange business-to-business meeting and familiarization tour program to provide a virtual and on-site venue for Philippine sellers and international dive operators. As well, we'll have the Objective Atlantid Philippine Fun Explorers event in Southern Leyte to conduct an underwater critter hunt to introduce Southern Leyte as a new destination for the French market. With regard to the development of Batangas, which we recognize as one of the centers for biodiversity, this will definitely be included in our maximization of domestic tourism as far as the provision of the expertise of the Department of Tourism on the development of nature-based tourism.
Salamat, Secretary Frasco. Salamat, Rep. Luistro. Before we proceed, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Vice Chair Eric Martinez. Next to interpolate is from the minority, Representative Raul Daniel Manuel. You're recognized.
So, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning sa ating mga guests mula sa Department of Tourism. So for 2023, tama po ba walang infrastructure projects na popondohan under the Department of Tourism?
Secretary Frasco.
To clarify, we had proposed under our Tier 2A funding for infrastructure projects to be directly under the Department of Tourism, none of which have been funded. However, there is an existing tourism road infrastructure program convergence with the Department of Public Works and Highways, wherein the DPWH identified certain road infrastructure projects across the country for funding. And as I understand, this has been funded under, or there is a proposal for its funding under the 2023 NEP.
Okay. Now for that program, magkano yung total na allotment?
For the TRIPS Convergence Program with the DPWH, the total amount is 15.675 billion pesos.
Billion, tama?
Yes.
Yeah. And ano po yung distribution on nationwide? Like which parts of the country yung merong bulk ng mga roads na mapopondohan under this item?
Secretary?
Madam Chair, before I address the question of the good representative, I would like to lay down the precursor that, as I understand, the Department of Budget and Management and the DPWH are presently coordinating for purposes of the DPWH submitting a corrected list under the 15.675 trips program. And therefore, my understanding is that there is yet to be some adjustments to what is presently indicated in the NEP. An examination of the DPWH proposed TRIPS convergence program would indicate that it is Region 5 that gets the #1 ranking as far as the allocated budget in the amount of 2.5 billion pesos. Ranking number 2 is Region 7 at 1.8 billion pesos. Number 3 is Region 12 at 1.8 billion. Number 4 is Region 13 at 1.8 billion. Number 5 is Region 6 at 1 billion. Number 6 is Region 1, followed by Region 8, CAR, 4A, 4B, Region 9, Region 11, Region 2, Region 3, and Region 10, for the grand total amount of 15.675 billion pesos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that response. Now, yung proyekto na to, iba pa siya dun sa ini-envision sana ng Department of Tourism na magkaroon ng Tourism Infrastructure Development Fund. Okay.
Yes.
Now, for the Tourism Infrastructure Development Fund, magkano sana yung hinihingi naman ng Department of Tourism for that?
Under our Tier 2 proposal, it was a little over 5 billion pesos.
How about for the contingency fund that will be used in case merong mga kalamidad at makatulong dun sa mga affected enterprises in tourism?
In our view, the provision of a contingency fund may require an amendment in the law creating the tourism department, and therefore the determination of the necessary funding would be made subsequent to amendment of the law.
Okay. Kaya ko natanong, Madam Chair, since yung contingency fund na nga ay merong magandang intention naman dun sa pagtulong sa ating mga kababayan in case na merong mga hindi natin inaasahang pangyayari at kailangan ng pondo na pwede nating matap agad. So thank you for that response. Now, my second question is about reports nung Commission on Audit dun sa paggastos naman ng pondo ng past leadership ng Department of Tourism. Given na merong mga reports about, for example, spending of 3.8 million pesos sa hotels and restaurants. So, although ito naman ay sa past leadership, pero para ma-ensure din natin yung accountability and wise use of public funds, I'd like to inquire sa updates kung paano na natin dinideal with yung ganitong usapin.
Secretary Frasco?
Yes. Maraming salamat po. I greatly appreciate your concern for ensuring the integrity of public spending, and I fully agree with the necessity of ensuring the implementation of the recommendations of COA, which is why, notwithstanding the fact that the observations of the COA were made under the past leadership of the DOT, the present leadership, as of August 22, 2022, has already implemented no less than 98% of the recommendations of the COA wherein 96 out of the 155 recommendations have already been fully implemented, 56 partially implemented, and only 3 recommendations remain to be unimplemented, which are currently being addressed by the regional officers concerned, namely Region 8, 12, and 4B. These issues pertain to accounting errors, non-disposal of unserviceable property, and non-implementation of GAD projects. Now to your question on the funding used for a particular hotel and which came out in the media, as I understand. If I may be given permission to turn over the floor to our Assistant Secretary for Finance to give a specific answer to this question, Madam Chair.
Kindly state your name and position.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Secretary. Tungkol po doon sa tanong ninyo sa
Before you
findings po,
begin, sir, kindly state your name and
kasi-
position.
I am Reynaldo Ching po, Assistant Secretary for Finance, Admin and Finance.
Asik Ching, you're
Yes po.
recognized.
Regarding po the findings po ng COA, ito po, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, ito po yung naganap sa Boracay. Ito po kasi ay dapat pupunta po doon ang Pangulo bago po mag-pandemic para po sa doon po mayroong meeting ang Pangulo. So ang DOT po ay isa sa naanyayahan na pumunta doon dahil nga po ang venue rin naman ay isang tourist destination natin. So balit hindi po natuloy ang meeting doon ng ating Pangulo nitong nakaraang administrasyon dahil po nga nagkaroon ng pandemic. So ang nangyari po, ang mga DOT po na na-invite doon, sila po ang nandoon. So bumalik din po kami nung hindi na natuloy yung meeting. Iyon po ang nangyari doon. Kaya po nagkaroon ng expenses regarding hotel accommodation na at saka kung bakit po hindi natuloy yung activity.
Rep Manuel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Now, doon naman sa isang part nung report ng ating Commission of Audit na merong 49.27 million na disbursement na merong delayed or hindi na-submit ng mga supporting documents. Kasama doon yung payment sa sweldo ng mga job orders and contractual employees. Mahingid po sana tayo ng update tungkol sa ganitong report.
With the permission of the Chair. Yes, Honorable Member, sir. Ito po nangyari dito sa 49 million regarding po sa findings ng COA na ito. Ito po ay na-comply na po, kasama ito sa sinabi po na binanggit ng ating mahal na Secretary na na-comply na po ito ng DOT ang findings ng COA rito. Ang nangyari lang po rito, kagalang-galang na representante, ay nagkulang lang po ng mga supporting documents. Ito po kasi ay naganap noong pandemic kung saan ang halos lahat po ng empleyado ng DOT maliban sa mga frontliners ay naka-work from home. So yung mga supporting documents po nila katulad ng sa kanilang accomplishment, sa kanila pong mga bandy cards, ito po yung hindi agad na ibigay sa COA kasi ginather pa po ito lahat, sir. Dahil nga po hindi naman lahat nagre-report sa office. Pero ito po ay ina-assure po namin kayo na submit na po namin ang compliance na ito sa aming COA.
Rep Manuel.
Yes, that would be all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you, DOT.
Salamat. Next to interpolate is from the majority, Vice Chair Jocelyn Lim-Kai-Chong. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and my heartfelt congratulations to Secretary Frasco. So my question is really a request, just a request and a reminder, and this is addressed to the TESA board, because in the previous budget, there was an approved project. Nagkaroon na ng bidding, tapos na yung bidding, and it was worth 50 million for the formulation of a Central Visayas master plan, which is really needed, no? Because so far we have so many tourist destinations. Lahat-lahat ng mga LGU gusto sila mauna, yung province. So it's good to have a master plan. And I'm glad that our former RD7, Shalimar Tamayo, is now a USEC. So maybe he can also help and push for the revival of the central formulation of the Central Visayas Master Plan. So na-bid out na ito. So I want to know from the TIEZA chair, COO, Mark Lapid, kung matutuloy pa ito regarding with the implementation of this master plan, because it was already bidded out before. Unfortunately, because of COVID, the money was divested or diverted to fund the Bayanihan 1.
Mr. Lapid, you're recognized. Proceed, sir.
Madam Chair, before I am Mark Lapid, CEO of CHESA. Before I give my answer, Madam Chair, may I request USEC Tamano to be recognized first. He's more familiar with the project.
Kindly state your name and position.
Madam Chair, I'm Shalimar Hofer Tamano. I'm the USEC for regional offices.
USEC Tamano, you're recognized.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Well, this is the master plan mentioned by Congresswoman Lim Kai Chong. Is I think 3 years old. It was the proposal is to do a regional master plan for the 4 provinces of Central Visayas. That's Cebu, Negros Oriental, Bohol, and Siquijor. I think what was approved by the board, we pushed for this for a year, and it was approved for 50 million, I think the predecessor of GM Mark. And because of the pandemic, the budget was really used for COVID program. And so we will we agree with Congressman Lim Kai Chong that Central Visayas needs this master plan, and maybe the other regions can do the same also in the future. Madam Chair, thank you.
Rep. Lim Kai Chong.
Yes. What I'm requesting is that it can be included in the 2023 budget of TIEZA, because this has long been overdue. And na-bid out na ito, no? Tapos na sana yung bidding, and it's a matter of implementation of the program. So sana mabigyan din ng priority, no? Because this is really to boost and make sure that the money is streamlined and talagang may direction. Otherwise, so many of our colleagues here will be asking for funding from DOT, but especially infrastructure. But with this central master plan, then there will be direction, focus kung saan talaga yung priority natin.
Jem Lapid.
Madam Chair, if I may recognize. Yes, Honorable. Ma'am, actually, it's already been approved. It's already in our pipeline. We're just waiting for budget allocation, ma'am. Because on our end, our budget, we're solely basing our funding for the collection of the travel tax. Since 2020 ho kasi, medyo negative 98 po yung collection namin, yung finance namin, and then we were been tasked to contribute 12 billion to the Bayanihan Act 2, and up to now, Madam Chair, we weren't able to recover yet, but we're very optimistic for this year and the next coming year, since we're banking on the statement of our president that there will be no more lockdown. So hoping by 2023, Madam Chair, we will be back on our pre-pandemic form. Right now kasi we're really on our negative side pa, but it's already been approved, ma'am. We're not removing anything on our list and on the approved that was been done by the board. We're just waiting for funding allocation po. So we did not remove any on the list, ma'am, but they were just suspended simply because lack of funding po.
Reacting kay Chong.
Yes, at least it gives us a better understanding of the situation right now, but we know that Central Visayas is a big contributor, no, to the tourism growth, and especially our secretary right now is from the Visayas, Central Visayas specifically. My last question. My last question is directed to the secretary, or anybody of your undersecretary can answer this. It has to do with, because you mentioned earlier that we experienced a decline of 88.95%, no, on visitors' arrival in the Philippines. And with the pandemic, the monkeypox, and the increasing COVID-19 cases, still the outlook of the tourism industry is still uncertain. So what strategies or plans does the industry have to soften the blow of another possible pandemic?
Secretary Frasco.
Thank you for that question, Representative. Madam Chair, while circumstances beyond our control are uncertain, we are certain of our resolve to ensure that we institute the necessary measures for the revitalization of the tourism industry. First is the conveyance of our openness to receive tourists from all over the world. And this is why the Department of Tourism has taken the lead to coordinate with our fellow government agencies to make it as easy and convenient as convenient as possible for tourists to come into our country. We have already proposed the improvement of the One Health Pass for the same to be converted into an e-departure and e-arrival pass, so as to omit all the unnecessary questions and warnings that you have to contend with before coming into our country. And we're doing this in coordination with the DOH, the BOQ, and the BI. Second, while we continue to collaborate and coordinate with the Department of Health as far as the imposition of health and safety protocols, of great concern to us is to ensure that there is a proper balance between the protection of life and the protection of livelihood, which is why the Department of Tourism is pushing for the liberalization of protocols to convey the same openness that our ASEAN neighbors have conveyed in the past few months. Third, more than marketing and promotion, the most important aspect of the Department of Tourism's mandate, in our view, is aggressive product development. Because you can only go so far as marketing and branding our country if your product is not fully developed. Our intention is for the tourists not only to come to the Philippines, but to keep coming back and to stay longer, which is why we are appealing to the House of Representatives for funding to ensure that we can institute institutional changes such as aggressive infrastructure development, improvement of gateway access, digitalization, and equalization of tourism product development, and so on. And these are just some of the measures that we are undertaking to ensure that notwithstanding all the uncertainties at our shore, we would be certain in the recovery of the tourism industry. I would also be very happy to provide the good representative with the specific plans and programs in terms of the tourism packages that we have already developed and continue to develop to encourage more international tourists to come to the Philippines and to further maximize domestic tourism.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And I expect also you mentioned providing Congress, especially APRO, the records, no, the documents that you just mentioned. There's really just last comment and observation. Recently, you mentioned about the health form that we have to fill up. before we leave, we fill up the health form. Coming back, we still have to fill up the health form, but I think that needs a little improvement because there seems to be redundancy in the what do you call this execution or whatever you name it. No, so I think that one needs improvement because a lot of our OFWs or visitors sometimes they find it a little too difficult to comply. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary and Rep. Lim Kai Chong. At this point, the Chair recognizes Vice Chair Inodi for his clarificatory question on the TIESA budget.
Madam Chair, just a quick point of clarification with regards to the budget of TIESA. If I may, Madam Chair. To the good Mark Lapid, earlier you mentioned that the budget of TIESA solely is dependent on the tax collection, the tourism tax collections. So at the moment, what is your total allocation? And is this solely for operational budget of TIESA?
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, if I may. Actually, Mr. Chair, the 1620, the travel tax that's being collected, 50% of that goes to CHESA, 40% goes to CHED, and then 10% goes to National NCCA. So the 50%, the half, goes to the National Treasury, and then the 50% remains with CHESA. So that's how we divide under RA 9593.
So this percentage, the Honorable Lapid, is this the percent that's used for your plans and programs?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So the budget amount that's currently allocated for your office, this is specifically for your operational budget.
Yes,
The
Mr. Chair.
113 million, am I correct?
Which
Mr. Chair.
one, Mr. Chair? 113 billion?
Million.
Million. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so next to interpolate is from the minority. The Chair recognizes Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette H. Herrera. So she's not here with us. So let us proceed to the next one. The Chair recognizes Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro. Who is also not here with us. So we move to Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My congratulations to our new secretary, Mayong Buntag sa Yutanan. First of all, I wanted to ask, in the tourism statistics, I assume that the arrivals, the expenditures of the hotels, casinos, the gaming industry, is that included in the statistics? For example, the large integrated resorts that we have here, I assume that's part of the pie for the tourism industry.
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, if I may beg your kind indulgence to kindly recognize our OIC Assistant Secretary Warner Andrada, who leads the operating unit that deals with tourism statistics.
Mr. Andrada, you're recognized.
Morning, Madam Chair. I'm Warner Andrada, currently the OIC Assistant Secretary for Tourism Development.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. The question about how do we account tourism arrivals, sir, based on the international definition of the United Nations World Tourism Area. So meaning usually what we count is the overnight visitors who stay in certain accommodation. So the account for the casinos are classified as what we call activities on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, in the tourism data that you have that we usually read, are the arrivals jobs generated by the gaming industry, especially the large resorts, integrated resorts, is not incorporated in the tourism statistics, not just arrivals, but in general, the economic activities of because it's a large industry. So I'm curious how you incorporate that in your data.
Thank you, Honorable. How do we compute? Basically, sir, the inputs on the tourism arrivals that we account coming from our major gateways, based on the AD cards, that's the international. For the domestic, based on the regional distribution, plus our PSA report on household survey that we do. Then for the economic, as given those inputs, the PSA provide an estimation on all the economic activities contributed by the tourism industries.
Okay, I'll read. Okay, thank you for that. So is gaming, that industry, part of the product portfolio of tourism? And how big would that be if you consider that as part of the tourism portfolio?
I think, sir, the way it is being counted is based on the average daily expenditure of the tourist. Meaning, if we were be able to capture the expenditure base by a certain tourist, that's the average that we look at it. Meaning, how much he expend in a certain economy. It could be an activity in a casino or a shopping or whatever expenditure that he makes in a certain destination.
And would you have an estimate how big that is, that contributes to our tourism?
For the
gaming industry as a whole, the Soler, the Okadas. There's one large one that's going to be upcoming in Cebu.
For certain gaming industries, sir, maybe it's under the PADCOR data that.
Well, no, I understand, but my question is, do you consider gaming as contributory to the tourism, and how big is that? It seems you don't have data or information on that. Because I wanted to lead, Madam Chair, because PADCOR was here yesterday. I had asked them, and they agreed with me, that there should be some sort of convergence with PADCOR and the large, especially the large integrated resorts, and work together with the Department of Tourism or TPB or TESA and come up with common ground. And as you know, PADCOR and these large resorts have large budgets. And I'm trying to see how we can help the industry and gaming. This hotels is a big, I think is a large industry. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, sir. I think basically, sir, the gaming industry is part of the tourism activity, which we classified under the recreation and cultural services. So the only account that we have for now, sir, is under for the employment, it generates about 7% share of the whole economic activity of being employed in what we call the under the recreation.
Okay, that's substantial. So do you think are there any win-win convergence working together with that industry to create more employment, to create more resorts? They have large budgets that you could maybe, the DOT could work with them.
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, I would like to address the query. However, I'm not able to give you any particulars at this juncture, considering that, as I understand, gaming was not part of the tourism product portfolio of the previous leadership of the DOT. And therefore, no statistics exist as far as the DOT is concerned on any products and programs specifically catered for this industry. However, what I can tell you is that we do recognize that gaming is intimately attached to the accommodation and hotel services sector, which is a large component of the tourism industry. And what we can assure is that we will lend the full support of the Department of Tourism as far as the full development of the accommodation services sector, a component of which is gaming. And we would not be opposed to collaborating with the specific government agency in charge of gaming, which is PAGCOR, as far as exploring how we can have public-private partnerships in terms of fully maximizing the potential of the accommodation aspect of gaming.
Thank you for that. So I assume that the secretary is assuring us that you will reverse the position of the previous DOT and maybe come up with positive steps to work with that, with PAGCOR and the other large, especially the large players in the country.
Your Honor, I believe positions that were taken by the previous administration are subject to the present administration's consideration. And as far as the national government is concerned, I would yield to the position of my principal, the Office of the President, as far as the position that it will take on the aspect of gaming. However, I do recognize the potential that gaming has as an intimate component of the accommodation sector. And the extent of my remarks will be that we will support the accommodation sector as much as possible, this being an essential component of the Department of Tourism.
I just want to encourage you to work with PAGCOR and the large in that industry. I think that's a win-win, regardless of the politics or previous decisions made before. I think that's something you should consider and really work on, because PAGCOR was here, in fact, sitting where you were sitting yesterday, and agreed with my analysis that they will come up with an action plan and maybe come up together with the DOT and the relevant agencies on how we can get more arrivals here. Okay, I have 30 seconds. I wasted my time on that. Real quick, where did TIEZA get the 12 billion pesos that was given to the Bureau of Treasury?
Madam Chair, the 12 billion were part of the savings of the agency from previous years for projects. Collection, sorry.
That was your last question?
No, I just heard the bell, Madam Chair. That couldn't have been 30 seconds. That was a 5-second question. Please allow me another one. Very important domestic. We want to encourage domestic tourism, Secretary. I was told that the first year of the capital outlay for the regional offices for 2020, there were no CO. In 2021, 2022, it was included in an app, but they were never released. So could you share with us what was not released? There were FLRs. And are you working hard to get those released so we can help get equipment, office supplies, and things like that for our regional DOT offices?
And that was your last question,
Okay, thank you.
Daza, Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, since the capital outlay being discussed includes years before my time, I would like to invite the Assistant Secretary for Finance to answer the question.
Asik Ching, you're recognized.
With the permission of the chair, to answer the Honorable Congressman, yung po mga FLRs na hindi po na-release, ito po ay pertaining po sa mga equipment ICT equipment, and yung pong intended sana for motor vehicles ng mga regions po for repleting po.
Thank you. So we now
Sorry, but-
proceed to our
So
next
they were not released.
interpolator from the majority. The
Madam
chair
Chair, with your
recognizes
indulgence.
Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my esteemed colleagues, DOT family, mayang udto. Recently, the tourism of Thailand made a press release or an announcement regarding the shortage of our tourism workers. And one of which they are considering hiring Filipino tourism workers because we are known for honesty, hardworking, dedicated workers. And my question is, do we have any intervention as far as the proposed hiring of Filipino workers? Baka at the end, we'll be having a shortage also as far as the tourism industry in the Philippines is concerned.
Secretary.
Representative, the request by the Thai government for the Philippine government to assist them in their 60% workforce shortage as far as the accommodation sector in Thailand was made during the bilateral meeting between myself and the Ministry of Tourism and Sports. They recognize the value of the quality of the service of Filipino workers and felt the pain of their departure upon the repatriation of thousands of Filipinos from Thailand to the Philippines as a result of the pandemic. And to accede to this request, we are presently coordinating with the Department of Labor and Employment as well as the Department of Migrant Workers for the purpose of inviting Thailand to the Philippines to provide job employment opportunities for middle management in the hospitality sector there in Thailand. But to obviate the possible issue of not being able to address the workforce shortage, we have already inked a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Labor and Employment for the holding of the Trabajo Turismo Ascenso Philippine Tourism Job Fairs, which will be held on September 22, 23, and 24 in Luzon and Visayas and Mindanao. And it will offer, at the start, at least 1,500 job employment opportunities domestically. Since this is a multi-month campaign, we plan to be able to address the 12,000 plus workforce shortage in the domestic accommodation industry in the months ahead. So we're making sure that we are able to strike a balance between the international provision of employment opportunities and the domestic provision of employment opportunities, all to serve the purpose of ensuring that the Filipino people are able to obtain gainful livelihood here and abroad.
Madam Chair, I'm so happy to hear. But in lieu of that, do we have a memorandum of agreement as far as TESDA, as far as the training of our workers are concerned, so that we can augment whatever shortage that we will encounter in the later days?
Secretary Frasco.
Yes, I can confirm, Representative, that there is indeed an existing memorandum of agreement between the TESDA, the CHED, the DOT, and other related agencies, specifically for the purpose of providing tourism industry training.
Madam Chair, lastly, this is just a suggestion. If we can look at our prices for hotels, food, and tourism related, because it would be cheaper to travel in Thailand as well as other Asian countries compared to the Philippines, including the airlines. In Thailand, you can have a 2,500, which is a 4-star hotel na. Here, the minimum is 8,000 to 12,000. It is very, very costly. If the Department of Tourism can look at this, and probably we can revive the tourism industry, not only for the domestic travels, but as well as foreign travels. Thank you.
Secretary, do you wish to respond?
Yes, I'm very grateful for that recommendation, as that will allow me to inform the House of Representatives that I have already directed the formation of a technical working group composed of the Department of Tourism, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Agriculture, and other related industries, specifically to examine tourist consumer protection. I recognize that this is not the primary jurisdiction of the Department of Tourism. However, we recognize that the pricing of goods and services, whether it's for travel, accommodation, or goods, is essential to improving the overall tourism experience. And the initial meetings have already been held with our respective undersecretaries, specifically for the purpose of closely working with these agencies to examine how we can improve pricing across the board. However, we recognize as well that the price of energy and fuel is a very essential component of the pricing of tourism products in general. And therefore, we have also already raised this as a matter of concern to the Department of Energy.
Yes, lastly, Madam Chair, I was listening to the manifestation of our good minority leader, Libanan, as well as our good friend, Representative Lagman, as well as the others. And I fully endorse for the augmentation or the increase of the budget of the Department of Tourism. If that would be available, funds would be available. We are fully supportive and endorsing whatever increase, because we feel that with the 3.2 billion, 12 billion, the proposal is so small and minor, and compared to the income that's being derived out of the tourism industry. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Department of Tourism.
Salamat, Rep. Alma. Next to interpolate is from the minority. Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa ating napakagandang Secretary ng Department of Tourism. Pasensya na po kasi hindi ko po nakita yung flow ng questioning po kanina as regards to the branding. Ang tanong ko lang po kasi this is the single item in the budget of the DOT that has 342.87% increased. So siguro i-briefly lang po para malaman ko din po yung rationale. Ano po ba yung bago sa plano ng DOT as regard to the branding ng ating DOT. So di naman mahalaga pa talaga yung branding natin. Kaya lang napakalaki po 1 billion ang gagastusin natin. So pwede po bang malaman, Madam Chair?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, traditionally the approach of the Department of Tourism as far as branding and promotion is concerned is to avail of what are the various media available to promote our country. However, we recognize the necessity of having a tacit manifestation of our branding to be able to push the Filipino brand forward to all tourists that come into the Philippines. And therefore, apart from continuing our active marketing and promotion campaigns, we are also shifting our branding initiatives so that it will not only be confined to marketing and communications, but also to cover the Filipinization of the entire tourism experience, from branding key gateways of the country to enhance the arrival experience in the Philippines, to manifesting the Filipino brand in various touch points along the tourism value chain and tourism life cycle.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That sounds good. Can we have a plan po, yung talagang plano ng branding? So saan gagastusin, so anong mangyayari? So can we have that detailed plan of the budget, Madam Chair?
We would be happy to provide a detailed plan on the branding, Madam Chair.
Siguro Madam Chair, dagdag ko din nasabi ko na rin to sa DOTR. Napansin ko lang sa ating mga, for example, sa ating mga airport, mapapansin niyo ba doon yung mga Chinese character? Wala naman akong racist dito, racism. But mas gusto nating ma-promote, katulad nga na sinabi na Secretary, Madam Chair, na magandang ma-promote yung mga cultural, regional culture ng ating mga ng ating mga probinsya and regions. Sinuggest ko nga sa DOTR sana na yung mga signs, yung mga sulat na nandoon, dapat may taste siya ng region. Halimbawa, kapag pumunta ka sa Ilocos Norte, yung Lawag Airport, dapat meron doong Ilocano na lahat ng mga sasabihin doon, Ilocano na may Filipino rin, may English din or whatever, pero mahalaga yung mga promotion ng mga dialect natin. Kasi sa mga bata, pag nakita nila, ganun pala ang ibig sabihin sa Ilonggo ng magandang umaga. So makikita na nila yon yung ganung mga Kasama po ba yon dun sa inyong plano na ma-Filipinize or natin yung mga airports, Madam Chair?
Secretary Frasco.
Yes, Madam Chair, I can confirm that the plan to shift and enhance our branding and marketing campaign will be inclusive in that we will make sure to promote our diverse culture across our regions, whether it be in the form of our dialects, our products, our artisans, and the like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Punta naman po ako sa isang topic about MSMEs. So I know malaki talaga yung naging impact ng pandemic dito sa ating mga workers, sa mga MSMEs. So meron po ba sa budget, Madam Chair, yung ating mga di ko tatawagin subsidy, assistance, ayuda, whatever, na may tutulong natin dun sa ating mga MSMEs. Not only that, Madam Chair, pati yung mga workers na naapektuhan pa din nung pandemya.
Rep Castro, I believe that question was asked earlier by Rep Rosas. So would you like to proceed to your next question?
Sorry po, Madam Chair, hindi ko po narinig yung sagot. Pero in the interest of time, can you just submit to this representation yung sagot at saka yung data na hinahanap ko, MSME affected, anong naitulong, yung mga workers, anong mga ayuda yung naibigay natin, Madam Chair.
Secretary, kindly take note of the data request.
We note the requested data, Madam Chair.
Rep Castro.
Yung last ko na lang, Madam Chair, yung tungkol doon sa mga, baka na itanong na rin, baka mabigyan din po ako ng data, Madam Chair, ng mga programs natin ngayon dito sa budget ng DOT, doon sa mga infrastructure project, kung may mga bago, at kung may mga existing, na yung development. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Secretary, take note, please, the data request of Rep Castro to be submitted to the Committee on Appropriations.
We note that, Madam Chair, and we will coordinate with the DPWH on the TRIPS Convergence Program list.
Thank you. And with that, we move on to the next interpellator. Salamat, Rep Castro. Next to interpellate or to give his manifestation is from the majority, Representative Edward Pera Perez Maceda. But before we recognize him, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our boss, Chairman Elizaldico. Rep Maceda, who is joining us via Zoom, you are recognized.
Am I unmuted already, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Rep Maceda.
Yes, hi, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair Stella Kimbo, to Chairman Zaldico, to Vice Chair Inodi, and to the DOT family. I feel a lot of hope and optimism that this very important portfolio has been given to somebody with a lot of experience, knowledge, and wisdom, and brings the same passion to the table that her
mother brought as my colleague in the 17th Congress, and the same passion as well that my brother Congressman Deputy Speaker brings now in this Congress. And I know that yours is not an easy task. You've been given a big duty, and you will need more funding for that, first of all. And I think the 3.5 billion funding, Secretary Christina Frasco, may not be enough to implement all of your programs. But also, in doing so, maybe the utilization rate could be better, because here, based on the report, I think before your time, the utilization rate in last year or this year is just at 34%, compared to 92% in 2018, 91% in 2019 and 2020. So I support an addition to your budget, but I hope that the utilization will be different. Can I hear your comment on that, Secretary?
Secretary Frasco, on the low utilization rate at
You
34%.
are absolutely correct in pointing out that only 34% has been utilized as of June 30. And so immediately we coordinated with the operating units of the department to require them to submit catch-up plans to ensure that the utilization rate would vastly improve, with the goal, of course, of having a 100% utilization. And if not that, at least a 90% utilization. You can rest assured, Your Honor and Madam Chair, that we will ensure the full maximization of the funds that have been made available to us within this year.
Thank you for that. Kasi sayang naman kung magdadagdag ng pondo tapos di rin ma-utilize. My second question will be as regards one of your 7-point agenda, which is to maximize the potential of the domestic market. Magkano kaya yung pondo natin para dyan as compared to yung bringing in tourists and capitalizing on our strengths, yung natural resources natin? And what are the, just in brief, what are your main programs as regards the domestic market? Domestic tourism.
Secretary Frasco. A quick overview on the plans to boost domestic tourism, please.
Madam Chair, the development and maximization of domestic tourism cuts across many of the budgetary expenditures of the DOT. And what I can illustrate to the body, that as far as strengthening tourism governance through close collaboration with LGUs and stakeholders, and the diversification of multidimensional tourism, which would cut into the development of domestic tourism, we had previously proposed 593 million for the strengthening of tourism governance and 645 million for the diversification of our portfolio as far as the development of multidimensional tourism. In addition to that, we also proposed 458 million as far as the equalization of tourism product development and promotion across our regions.
Rep. Masada.
Yeah, thank you. So that's almost at least 1.7 billion already. I hope we can put more funding in that, because even if we concentrate on bringing the tourists in, which is the main function of the DOT, we should not continue to help boost our domestic tourism. Kasi nung panahon ng pandemic, hindi naman makaalis yung mga tao. Kumaga nakalalay tayo dito sa mga domestic tourism. Go local, in-advertise natin, travel local, staycation. I just hope it doesn't get lost in the mix in domestic tourism. Next, Madam Chair, I want to go into tourist experience, kasi tingin ko ito yung bread and butter ng DOT, and I think Secretary Frasco will agree. Yung tourism info desks, parang mga high-tech na tourism info desks, ilan na ba nun yung nagawa at ano ba yung plano tungkol doon? Kasi I think you plan to put one in every port, as well as I heard nicer bathrooms, putting hop-on, hop-off buses. I mean, those are all very good ideas, Secretary. Ano ba yung timeline natin dyan?
Secretary Frasco?
Madam Chair, as far as the provision of tourist information desks in our gateways, as I mentioned earlier, we've already benchmarked, or rather, we've already identified at least 3 gateways, and that is NAIA Terminal 2, Cebu City Pier 1, and the Davao International Airport. And the plan is to put up at least 2 of the 3 this year and to continue in the identification of other gateways in the coming year. As far as the provision of tourist rest areas, we have already identified 10 across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and we are breaking ground on these 10 tourist rest areas this year with the intention of adding more in 2023.
Zada?
Yes, the reason why I asked that question, Secretary, Madam Chair, is I think we can learn from what we feel when we Filipinos go out to other countries to travel. And what we look for. Pagdating natin sa airport, naghahanap agad tayo. Like kami, when I travel with my family, ang tourist information desk. Pagdating mo sa hotel, you go to the concierge, sometimes just one table. Alamin mo, saan yung convenience store, saan yung papunta dito sa pupuntahan namin bukas na resort. Ikatlo, pagdating mo sa airport pa lang, pag malinis yung banyo, binibigyan ka na kagad ng magandang image tungkol sa bansa. Ika-4, yung hop-on, hop-off. Talagang ginagamit po yan talaga ng mga Pilipino kasi in such a short amount of time, you can see all the more important sites, both cultural and the tourist spots. And the most important thing, Madam Chair, is if you feel safe and you feel secure when you go to another country. And dito po sa Pilipinas, I think that goes into hospitality. Pag dumating ka sa ibang bansa, gusto mo na welcome ka. Kaya nga sinasabi kanina ng mga congressman, dapat na nagsasalita ng Tagalog, dapat yung humaharap sa'yo ay ipararamdam na okay ka, bumalik ka dito sa bansa namin, mamahalin ka namin parang tulad ng mga kababayan namin. And I think we do not lack hospitality because I think hospitality is the calling card of the Filipino as a people. And I think we are a very warm people. And I think that warmth should be included, or it's necessarily included in the unique branding that the Department of Tourism, together with the creative industries, if I may say, parang interrelated sila eh. The creative industries being championed by my cousin, Congressman of Venecia, to produce inclusive, sustainable, and innovative growth throughout the country and job creation and employment. But yung warmth and yung hospitality, kasama rin sa unique branding yan. Pero tingin ko yan yung ating bread and butter para masustain yung pagbalik ng mga turista dito, yung revenues natin, at para bumalik-balik sila at sabihin na we want to go to the Philippines. Not only is the natural resources and the tourist spots very beautiful, not only are the beaches alive with great coral and marine life.
Thank you, Representative. Please,
Madam Chair, I'm winding up. But the people there are very warm, and we would like to come back there and eat their good food and enjoy the company of the Filipino people. Would the Secretary comment on that?
Secretary Frasco?
I am in full agreement with the good representative's observations, at it falls perfectly well with our intention to actualize and have a tacit manifestation of the Filipino brand. We may be a diverse country in terms of our 16 regions, but we are unified by our values, our qualities of hospitality, kindness, and generosity. And that is something that we fully intend to highlight and herald under the present administration.
Salamat,
Yes,
Secretary. Salamat, Rep. Masada, for your usual insightful remarks. Next,
Just a second,
from the
Madam Chair.
minority, we have Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette B.H. Herrera. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gandang tanghali po, Secretary Frasco and to the DOT family. Well, actually, natanong ni Kong France earlier about the 1.3 billion branding campaign. So this is really a big leap from the previous ones. It's not that I'm not supporting this. Actually, talagang dapat malaki yung pondo natin for this. But anong key performance indicators natin for this one to ensure that this budget would really translate to high inflow of tourists in our country?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, we recognize the necessity of a tacit manifestation of our branding as an essential component of the entire tourism life cycle. From the time that the tourist tries to book his trip to the Philippines to the time that he arrives, when he goes around this or that destination, when he dines, stays in a hotel, etc., to the time that he departs, all of these branding has something to do with it. And therefore, the specific components of the branding campaign will include, first, making available to our tourists a digital platform so that they would be able to enjoy the convenience of booking their hotel, their accommodation, as well as their various trips across the country under one platform. Second, the specific improvement of our gateways as far as introducing improvements in efficiency and the aesthetics of these, the aesthetic components of the gateways. Third, the provision of necessary information by way of the tourist information desk that will provide all the necessary information about our tourist destinations, as well as a one-stop shop for travel access, whether it is by land, sea, or air. Fourth, the provision of tourist rest areas, as mentioned earlier, that will serve as a rest stop for in between key tourism destinations. Our ability to provide each and every one of these components will definitely result in ensuring that our branding of the Philippines is in such a manner that we will not only invite tourists to come to the Philippines and enjoy it once, but to invite them to come again and again and to stay longer in the Philippines by the mere satisfaction of our ability to develop our tourism products and to brand the same.
Through you, Madam Chair, do we have a goal or a target percentage, like, for example, increase in domestic tourism and increase in foreign tourist inflow of foreign guests?
Secretary?
Yes, we do have a goal. And the DOT has actually been able to put in place projections as far as tourist arrivals are concerned. Now, these projections are presented in three scenarios: the upside or the mild, the medium or the harsh, and the downside or the severe scenario. These projections were made taking into consideration circumstances beyond our control, such as all the upheavals across the globe, including the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as the present strategy of, or rather the previous strategy of the department. And the projection is that for 2023, on the downside, we would have 3.23 million arrivals. On the medium side, we would have 4.8 million arrivals. On the upside, we would have 6.48 million arrivals. Overall, up to 2025, under present circumstances and under the present budgetary ceiling, the projection is that we would not be able to recover our pre-pandemic numbers until 2025, which is precisely the reason why we are appealing before this August body to lend its support to the Department of Tourism so that our industry and our country can recover sooner than it is being projected.
So do you think the 1.3 billion is enough, Madam Chair, in order to reach these goals and the targets to be back to pre-pandemic for 2025?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. But I would just like to put on record also, because in 2020, our branding campaign was 803 million, but we just spent 641. In 2021, our branding campaign was 469, but we just spent 98.7 million for advertising expenses. So do you think we could cover this, considering a big leap from 98.7 in 2021? I don't know how much you have already spent for 2022, considering the budget was 803. How much is being spent now for 2022, the actual?
Madam
Secretary
Chair,
Frasco.
to answer the specifics of that question, I'd like to yield the floor to Assistant Secretary Ching.
Asik Ching, you are recognized.
With the permission of the chair. Regarding po sa utilization ng previous branding campaign, before po kasi meron kaming isang sector that was in charge of the branding, and during our mga discussions sa executive committee, when they're asked for the utilization, ang position po kasi ng aming branding is sa operations, itinatapat din po nila yung aming messaging sa aming messaging po sa labas ng bansa natin, wherein ito po ay natataon during the latter part of the year. So doon po isinasabay nila yung paglalabas ng mga communications campaign sa iba-ibang merkado po ng ating sa iba-ibang target po nating merkado na makapag-generate po tayo ng turista. Nandiyan po yung ating mga key markets at nandiyan din po yung ating mga potential markets.
No, ang tanong ko po kasi dahil nung 2021, 98.7 lang po ang nagastos out of 469. So syempre kung ang laki ng ibibigay natin yon, I just want an assurance kami sa minority na talagang kaya niyong gastusin yung 1.3 para mag-increase at maging mabalik tayo sa pre-pandemic po natin na tourists.
With the permission of the chair, batay po sa nabanggit ng ating mahal na sekretary kanina, ang branding campaign po kasi nagagawin ng DOT ngayon ay sa panibagong facet na po, hindi lang po yung projection ng image, kung hindi isa sa alang-alang din po ito yung tunay na feel na mararamdaman ng turista kung saan tayo makikilala, maaalala ng ating bisita. Dito po lalagyan ng buhay, hindi lang yung puro advertisement, no? Katulad nga po niyan kanina, isang present na parte ng branding is yung pagtatayo halimbawa po ng rest areas kung saan maaalala ng ating mga turista, both local and domestic, na nung ako ay magpunta sa ganitong destination, maganda siya, prepared, no? Kampante ako, komportable ako kasi yung pangangailangan ko nandun lahat. Yung mga ganun po klaseng aspeto po ng proyekto ang paglalaanan po ng branding.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Secretary, request na lang po na to submit na to us the details of the branding campaign, and sana po talaga, I wish you luck na maging successful to. Katulad po ng mga hotel owners, mamaya po you'll be in Okada, ang hinihingi talaga nila is to promote the country to be, wedding destination, conference destination, hindi lang yung pure advertising, but to really create the Philippines as a destination of different things that you can do in our country. And that's very important. And that's like what I'd like to see in the branding campaign of DOT. As well as yung indie films, nakatulong to sa Korea. Nakita naman natin, a lot of people are going to Korea because of the different indie films that they have been producing. And I hope this is something that's also part of your branding campaign, as well as yung digital and social media. And lastly, thank you for the clean restrooms. Pangarap ko po yan since 2010. Thank you very much for putting that in. I hope we can see a reality to that. So, yun lang po, sana masubmit sa amin yung buong picture ng branding campaign, and I'd be more than happy to support that dahil napakahalaga po na magamit. Sayang naman po, we keep on setting aside funding pero hindi nagagamit ng DOT. And with your leadership, I hope this time ma-fully utilize natin to see an increase in to see an increase in foreign as well as domestic tourism in our country. Ilamang po, Madam Chair. Last na lang, sana po sa Tourism's Promotions Board, I would just like to ask the submission of the breakdown of the 1.3 billion expenditure as well as the 2023 1.1 billion target expenditures of the Tourism Promotions Board. Madam Chair, that's all.
Salamat, DML Herrera. Secretary Frasco, kindly take note of the data request to be submitted to the Committee on Appropriations.
We note the same, Madam Chair.
Next interpellate is from the majority. The chair recognizes Representative Jefferson Konghong.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. Good morning, Chairman Ko and Vice Chairman D and Senior Vice Chair Kimbo. Ma'am, good morning po. Tatanong ko lang po, ano po bang, kasi medyo nahuli po ako, ano po bang slogan ngayon ng Department of Tourism?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, the present slogan of the department has not yet been changed, but it is presently under review to correspond to present circumstances as well as to global trends, wherein the markets are now looking for more substantial, immersive, and cultural experiences.
Okay, thank you po. Ma'am,
Sorry, Secretary, just for clarity, can you state the slogan? Is it it's more fun in the Philippines?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the slogan that was put up and continued by the previous administration, and it has not yet been changed up until this point, as the same is still under review.
Rep. Common.
before po sa paggawa ng slogan na yan or branding na yan, magkano pong nagastos ang DOT para to come up with that slogan? Before.
That being way before my time, I am
Yes, yes, I
unaware of
understand.
what was spent. But if I may request the Assistant Secretary for Finance to kindly answer the question.
Asik Jing, did you bring your records for 2010?
With the permission of the chair. Dati po kasi nung sinimulan yung campaign na ito, during the time of the late Secretary Ramon Jimenez, nagkaroon po ng pag-aaral dyan at nagpeg po ng budget na 3 stage o 3 bahagdan. Merong good, better, best. Hindi ko lang po maalala yung eksakto, pero para pong 50, 100, 150. Parang ganun po sa iba't ibang klaseng branding strategy na gagawin. Sa tulong po o sa collaboration with our TPB. So ganun po binuo yan, sir. Hindi lang po siya isang figure. Pinag-aralan po yan. May mga konsiderasyon pong ginawa. Kung halimbawa sa 50 million, anong branding ang magagawa? Anong market ang marireach? Yun po yung stage for the good. Tapos sa second level po, merong better, kung ganitong halaga ang gagawin, anong market ang maabot, tapos hanggang po sa third stage, yung best. Parang ganun po ang natatandaan. Hindi ko na po ma-recall yung exact figures.
Rep. Common.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Do you have plans right now of changing the slogan or the brand ng DOT para i-promote yung ating bansa?
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, the plan is to enhance the present slogan of the DOT so as to be able to maximize our cultural strength and identity that would be fully reflective of the Filipino brand.
Okay, thank you. I believe na na sometimes tourism is parochial. Bawat bayan may kanya-kanyang contribution, lalong-lalo na sa turismo sa Pilipinas. Napaka-importante po na maitap natin yung ating mga tourism officers ng bawat bayan. Do you have plans or programs para sa ating mga tourism officers na I believe na makakatulong ng Department of Tourism? Kasi nung naging mayor ako, parang napapabayaan yung ating mga tourism officers, lalong-lalo ng Department of Tourism sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa kanila para ma-promote yung mga tourism spots sa Pilipinas. Do you have any plans, ma'am? Thank
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, as part of my listening tours, I've actually already met with the Tourism Officers Association of the Philippines to hear them out as to how the DOT can better assist them to do their jobs in their respective LGUs. And as a result of this discussion, we agreed to continue the trainings that are presently being provided by the DOT to be able to enhance, first, the ability of the LGU to package their specific tourism destinations. Second, for us to be able to lend assistance to them as far as product marketing and promotion. And third, to be able to fully develop the potential of their tourist destinations anywhere wherever there may be in the country.
Thank you ulit, ma'am. Ma'am, question lang po. Meron po ba kayong synchronization ng mga programa ng Department of Trade and Industry? Dahil po yung sa One Town, One Product, napopromote niyo po ba ng gusto yon? Kasi alam ko bawat bayan meron ganon at ang nakikipag-communicate lang sa atin sa bawat bayan ay Department of Trade and Industry. I think napaka-importante na ang Department of Tourism is kasama sa programa na yon.
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, as I understand, there is already an existing collaboration between the DOT and the DTI through our regional offices, wherein our regional offices actively coordinate with LGUs and the promotion and development of local products. However, coming from the local government, I do recognize the need to highlight the products and talents of our local artists and artisans, which is precisely the reason why we have included in our product portfolio the maximization of domestic tourism, as well as introducing a multidimensional aspect to tourism. In our tourism destination promotion, we would not only include the development and promotion of the tourist destination itself, but include all other aspects of the area, such as their food, their products, the work of their local artists and artisans, whether it be in the form of fashion, furniture, and other goods and services.
Rep. Panghun.
Thank you, Ma'am Chair. Madam, tatanong ko lang po, nai-upgrade na po ba natin yung ating tourism information na ibinibigay sa ating mga turista and the tourism sites na pwedeng puntahan ng ating mga turista? Na-upgrade na po ba natin yung ating listahan sa bawat bayan, lugar, probinsya?
Secretary Frasco.
At kung kailan po ito huling na-upgrade?
My understanding of the programs of the DOT is that the previous administration, we have continued as well the effort to develop regional tourism circuits that regularly connects the regional directors of the 16 regions with their local counterparts in the LGU for the purpose of fully developing the tourist destinations and upgrading information on the same. However, importantly, apart from upgrading information is really making the information available. And that is precisely the reason why we are proposing the availability or the putting up of tourist information desks across the country, as well as tourist rest areas that will make available this information about our key tourist destinations.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ako po ay naniniwala sa kakayahan at kagalingan ni Secretary Frasco para pamunuan ng Department of Tourism. At ako po rin ay nananawagan bilang representante sa isa sa mga tourism destination sa ating bansa, Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority o Subic. Nananawagan din po ako na baka naman po pwede na dagdagan o itaas natin ang budget ng Department of Tourism dahil talaga naman pong napakaliit kumpara sa ibang departamento. So sana po mapag-isipan ng ating mga kasamahan sa Committee on Appropriations sa pangunguna nating chair, si chairman ko, na mapagbigyan o taasan ang budget ng ating departamento na alam naman natin na talagang naghihingalo sa kasalukuyan. Maraming salamat, ma'am.
Salamat, Rep. Secretary, I believe that Rep. Konghun was asking if we have an updated tourist map. So, maybe no, apart from the circuits that you were talking about.
Madam Chair, may I yield the floor to OIC Undersecretary Verna Buensuceso?
Thank you. My name is Verna Buensuceso, OIC Undersecretary for Tourism Development of the Department of Tourism. So within the course of the pandemic, the Department of Tourism, through its regional offices, was able to develop a number of tourism circuits. This pertains to various tourism products related to food and gastronomy tourism, farm tourism, ecotourism, other nature-based tourism initiatives. So within the context of the development, because we see that there is a need now for more immersive experiences upon the market preferences that we have gathered, these 118 domestic tourism circuits have been developed. And aside from that, there are about 100 more that are currently being developed through our different regional offices in collaboration with their regional stakeholders. So basically, in terms of mapping, this would constitute part of the tourism maps that we have. Aside from that, there has been also social media programs to be able to disseminate this information on the social media platforms of the department. Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, these are products that are part of the attractions and packages that are available in the different destinations and regions of the country, Madam Chair.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay naman dito.
Ano? Hello.
Madam Chair, okay dito, Mike.
Gumagana naman, no?
Session resume. Right. Next to interpolate is from the majority. The chair recognizes Representative
Chair?
Ronald Singson.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up question, isa na lang po.
Unfortunately, Rep. Kong Hoon, your time is up.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Mamaya na lang
Alright,
po.
salamat. Pasensya na po. Rep. Ronald Singson, you are recognized. The mic of Rep. Magsino works.
It's here. Yeah, this is working po. O, dito ka na, Kong Ronald. It's working. Ay, sorry. Dito ka. Move lang ako. Okay.
Sobrang tagal ko nagantay. Nawalan pa ako ng mic. Anyway, this will be very brief, Madam Chair. If I may, I'd like to first, of course, congratulate Secretary Frasco for heading the Department of Tourism. It's not really a question, but more of a praise for your leadership, some manifestations, and of course, certain suggestion. I'm a very big fan of Cebu, by the way. I've been to your province over and over. I have many friends there. I've been scuba diving there. I enjoy your beaches, hotels, tourism sites, infrastructure, the Cebuano culture, nightlife, and food. So this just has to be echoed to other destinations, tourism destinations. Now, with that said, we in Vegan, that's Ilocos Sur, of course, and whole province as well, has seen an increased levels of tourism in the past few years. Especially after the pandemic, bumabalik na naman po yung tourism sa Ilocos Sur. Especially in the UNESCO World Heritage Site of the city of Vigan. Kami lang po yung isang buong city na na-declare as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So, we've had increased levels of tourism. Unfortunately, what we lack is the international tourists. So that's why I feel that we need to come up with activities to entice foreigners to come to our province. And one way for me is in sports tourism. Kasi that's one way we could showcase or showcase our province, what we have to offer to the tourists. And feeling ko kasi, once people go to a certain place, after they experience it, through sports tourism, I mean, after ng sport na yon, later on, bumabalik sila with their families, with their friends, and then they enjoy the sceneries as well. So with that said, I'm very particular about the surfing community. It is worth noting that the surfing community is one of the fastest growing sport in 2022. That's why Bali, Indonesia, is very famous for because of the surfing. First there was surfing, and then there was hotels, tourists, and then hotels, and then restaurants, and then the whole trickle down effect of tourism. So most of us here know of Siargao, of course, Samar, and other southern surf destinations. In Luzon, we also have La Union, Baler, and the likes. But we also do have in Ilocos po, Cabugao as a world-class surfing destination as well. Although limited with the North Swell, which is from October to March. To demonstrate, can you please play the video para makita nyo lang po kung gaano kaganda ang aming alon doon pag gumagana.
2018 Philippine Surfing Championship Tour. We're on December 10th. The 4-foot sets rolling in, wrapping around the point and unloading on the reef. Let's get.
It's a really world-class surfing destination. Unfortunately, walang audio. Anyway, this being said, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, I believe that we should support the surfing community to promote tourism in the country. The idea is, again, like I said, once they come to your place after surfing, then they do come back with their families and friends. So I do that in the motorcycling industry. I invited people to go riding to Ilocos, and after that, they come back. So kung pwede lang, include natin ang surfing industry sa promotion ng tourism dito sa bansa natin. On another note, I noticed that we have the Commission for Scuba Diving as presented a while ago. Unfortunately, that has been established way back. Na I think that was the only sports tourism during that time. Kaso now times have changed. We have surfing, we have skateboarding, we have beach volleyball, we have kiteboarding, dragon boat, and the likes. So kung pwede po, if I may suggest, not only should we focus on scuba diving, but kung pwede, merong department or probably a division in the DOT na merong sports tourism, including all the sports tourism activities like all the sports that I've mentioned. So para hindi lang exclusive sa scuba diving. And I don't think that would entail any additional costs. Like I'm part of the United Surfing Association of the Philippines, and we could contribute our inputs to promote tourism dito sa bansa natin. And I'm sure all the other sports associations would be willing to help without any cost on your part. So kung pwede meron tayong sports tourism na branch that we can tap and we can connect with your department po. That's all. Thank you.
Secretary Frasco. do you wish to respond?
Madam Chair, I would first like to express my gratitude to Representative Singson for his commendation of Cebu's strength as far as tourism is concerned. And it is precisely this culture of tourism that I, as a Cebuana, would like to bring to the Department of Tourism in the hopes that we can benchmark Cebu's success to the rest of the local government units across the country. I've had the blessing and the privilege of being able to visit and enjoy your beautiful province. And it definitely needs support from the DOT as far as the development of heritage tourism is concerned. We also recognize the importance of lending support to sports tourism. This I know for sure, having seen its success in Cebu as well. I'm pleased to inform the good representative that in October of this year, the DOT is actually holding a surfing summit in La Union, wherein stakeholders from various surfing destinations will be invited to discuss how we can work together to effectively develop and promote surfing in the Philippines. And the DOT also intends to develop a national standard for surfing and certification for surfing instructors. In 2021, the DOT was able to conduct 3 Level 1 certification trainings in Region 1 and Region 8 through the Academy of Surfing Instructors. We do intend to continue our support for the surfing industry, and we would be happy to invite the good representative and your organization as our resource persons in the full development of our support for the surfing industry.
Salamat, Secretary.
Thank you.
Salamat, Rep.
Madam Chair,
Singson.
I'd just like to thank the good secretary. In fact, those plans were made in consultation also with us. I was fortunate enough to have very good friends in your department, particularly Jack Ortega, and of course, Mark Lapid here, who are very good friends of mine. And I'm very willing to help help and cooperate with the department. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Madam
Salamat,
Chair.
Rep. Singson.
And you have one more friend in me, Mr. Representative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kung hindi niyo po nahalata, the video actually starred Rep. Singson. He was the surfer in the video. Tama ba? Ay, hindi. Hindi pala. Okay. Baka nagugutom na tayong lahat. Next to interpolate is from the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Marisa Del Mar Magsino. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, to all our tourism friends. Of course, Mark is here, ang leading man ko, Senator Lito Lapid, during my movie days, movie actress ako. And of course, nandito pa rin siya ngayon. And of course, I would like to say, I am very much happy that I am now. But I was earlier, nasa Sumpo ako, on my way here for my committee hearings. And I would like to say that I am very much interested on the branding of our tourism, because when we were shooting abroad for our Buhay OFW television and World Class Kababayan, what I noticed in every country that we went, we were sponsored by the different ambassadors of the different countries. What we are seeing on television is really dismal. Why? The video that they are showing regarding the Philippines is begging, martial law, gun shooting, and a very poor country like the Philippines. My ambassador friends told me, Marisa, you don't have to go back to Manila because it's too dangerous for you. You have to stay where you are. And I told them, my gosh, this is not true. This video that you are showing in your television programs I don't know, maybe this was many decades ago. And that time, the branding of tourism is, it's fun to be in the Philippines. Where is the branding campaign budget went with this kind of a branding outside our country? That is very humiliating on our part. And that's one, because I have noticed, Madam Secretary, that we have a total budget of 1.3721,014 for the branding campaign for 2023. And then I do hope that this campaign branding will be maximized to the best for our country to be able to refute the bad image that we have, because the Philippines has 1,000 islands and we have the best natural resources, the best secretary that we can have right now with Secretary Frasco, and we are expecting a lot for our tourism industry, because we have to maximize also our OFWs. We have to help them promote our country, because the OFWs are all over the world. And I am also planning to have a meeting with the Filipino communities as well. And our skilled workers are earning a lot. They are architects, engineers, doctors, nurses. They have all the means to always come back to the Philippines and invite more tourism to join them, more tourists to travel to the Philippines. And also, Madam Secretary, I would like to check what are the specific programs that our OFW party list can participate in this branding campaign. And I have checked that there's also the protection of the rights and promotion of welfare of our OFWs that has a budget of 1.259119 billion pesos. So I would like to know what kind of specific programs, projects, and activities that we will be allocating this budget. And I am giving my full support. And if there's anything that we can do, just let us know. The OFW party list is much willing to be working hand in hand in partnership with the Secretary of Tourism. Thank you.
Secretary Frasco.
Madam Chair, with regard to the utilization of the funding for the branding in the years prior to me taking the helm of the DOT, I would not be able to answer the question and would be happy to yield to the Assistant Secretary for Finance for that specific purpose. However, prior to yielding the floor, I would just like to inform the good representative regarding the Bisita Be My Guest program, or BBM Guest program, which we are launching this year and continuing
Di ba natin kuan itong mga papel dito itong mga bills na dipasa?
Ay, parang calendar.
I presume that farm and agritourism development will be part of the market and product development project. Am I correct in this? Right? How much will
Yes,
the
you're
DOT
correct.
Okay. How much will the DOT allocate for this?
Food and cultural tourism. So for nature-based tourism, there is around 15.5 million pesos. For cultural tourism, 14.8 million. Or rather for food tourism, 14.8 million, and for cultural tourism, 20.4 million.
Okay. May I know from the secretary, what are the plans lined up to promote this, the farm and agri-tourism? And then what type of support can agri-tourism stakeholders expect from the DOT? And also, what are the priority areas for this?
Secretary.
Are we able to already identify what areas ifo-focus natin to promote this agri and farm tourism?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, to elucidate on the specifics of farm tourism, I'd like to yield the floor to Assistant Secretary Chris Morales, who is designated to this particular tourism product portfolio.
Aseka Morales, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Christopher Morales, the ASEC for Regional Operations. To answer the question, one of the main responsibility of DOT is the development of the farm tourism is the implementation of institutional human resource development. So we do capacity building programs and workshops aligned with the different ASEAN standards. And in terms of tour guiding trainings, Filipino brand of service. This also include trainings on farm product development and tour guiding, as well as how to set up and managing farm tourism destinations. In addition, we also have a program called Kainland, which Yusek Bernard can expound on this. Due to the steady increase of the number of DOT-accredited farm tourism camps, we do this food and travel festival in the different tourism areas. The festival has both different farm tourism, accredited farm tourism camps in our different domestic tourism circuits nationwide. And in partnership with different government agencies like DA and DTI, we also include culinary tourism as one of to showcase the whole value chain of from production to table approach, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, meron na ba tayong identified na priority sites for all of this, farm and agri-tourism?
It's a nationwide approach, Mr. Chair, and depending on the focus of the different destinations wherein they also has these areas for that they want to promote as a farm and food tourism destinations as well. So kahit saan po, basta ang focus po ng tourist destinations natin not only on nature and farm but also on the food aspect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, lastly, may I ask the DOT to submit like a briefer or more information on this farm and agri tourism development?
We will be compliant.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wilbert Lee.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of the DOT co-sponsors, Representative Ed Christopher Go and Representative Mindy Cohen.
Next on our list, the chair now recognizes Representative Nicandro Chato for his interpretation. Sir, you are now recognized.
Di ba may send ka link sa yung ano, susunod?
Chato, I believe is in Zoom.
Audio na tayo.
Ito man, ito sir. Wala pa tayong audio? Wala pa.
Okay, we're currently having technical difficulties. So next on our list is Representative Arnan Panaligan. He's not around. Next is Representative Richard Gomez. Likewise, he's not around. Representative Richard Gomez, are you around? Here. Next on our list, our chairman, Marco.
Yung account sa Zoom mo.
Thank you. Thank you,
Kailangan
Mr. Chair.
ipasok muna.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Secretary Frasco, magandang hapon. Ang tanong ko po ay tungkol sa devolution. Nag-release po ang DBM sa lahat ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno that will start devolving some functions of the different government agencies to the different local governments in the country. I would like to find out if the Department of Tourism has already initiated yung kanilang devolution of such powers that they have right now to the different local governments. Madam Secretary.
Secretary, please go ahead.
Ayaw na. Sa'yo na lang. Sa'yo na lang din. Dito na lang.
Mr. Chair, as I understand, under the auspices of the previous administration, a devolution transition plan was crafted and routed across the regions for purposes of submitting their comments to the same. And at present, the DOT has transmitted to the concerned offices and attached agencies to provide further inputs to comply with the DBM recommendation on the crafting of the devolution transition plan. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the release of Gamandana's ruling, which necessitates the devolution of certain functions to local government units, I myself, coming from the LGU, recognize the need for the national government to continue to lend its assistance to local government units, especially in such a critical area as tourism. And what I can commit is that our department will continue to develop Baguio as a key tourism destination, recognizing not only the beauty of its destination, but also all the other aspects that it can offer to our tourists.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. The budget that you have originally recommended to DBM is about 12.2 billion pesos. And what was approved, included in the NIP, is only about 3.2 billion. Are there programs that you have initiated in your original plan reflecting a 12.2 budget proposal that will be affected because of the reduction of your budget to 3.2 billion? And what action items do you think you should be doing or we should do in Congress so that we can continue or we can, address yung mga programs that you have not probably finally included in the reduced budget of 3.2 billion, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the non-availability of funding for what had been proposed by the department will have a negative impact on all of the 7 main objectives that we have identified, under which are the specific programs for implementation next year. However, considering the limited fiscal space of the national government, which we fully understand, we fully intend to maximize whatever budget is made available to us. That being said, and while we will endeavor to still implement the programs and projects that we have done, to be able to implement them in full measure, we request the kind indulgence and assistance of the House of Representatives to rationalize our budget vis-a-vis all of the programs and projects that we intend to implement. And since we specific tourism came close to third position with a share of 20% of $1,358 million. The Philippines, with a share of 3%, to further illustrate
Having said that, Madam Secretary, what is your barest minimum that you would like to ask Congress to consider so that we can, raise this on the floor when we go into the actual debate of the budget of the different agencies, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Secretary.
Madam Chair, the barest minimum would be our original proposal for Tier 1, which is at 7.6 billion pesos, because the Tier 2, which is zero at the moment, is devoted to infrastructure. And considering that there is the DPWH DOT TRIPS convergence program, we will heavily rely on
support from the Department of Tourism, and we are very happy with the work that you have been doing and the previous administration of the Department of Tourism. TIESA, an adjunct or an attached agency of the Department of Tourism, has committed in 2019 to provide at least 400 million pesos to the development and rehabilitation of Burnham Park. But because of the pandemic, I think according to TIESA, the funds were used for addressing the COVID-19. I would like to know whether that is still in the radar of the Department of TIESA as far as its committed contribution to the city of Baguio for the development and rehabilitation of Burnham Park. Probably the chair of TIESA can answer the question, Madam Chair.
Jem Lapid.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Chair. The 400 was been approved in 2019. As you mentioned a while ago, sir, you're correct. It was also part of the Bayanihan Act 2 na nasama po yung pondo. But it's still in our pipeline. We're just waiting for funds na maka-recover ho kami. And then there are no delisting that happened under the CHESA that was been approved by the board. So nandun lang ho yun. But there was a proposal before kung na isama rin siya dun sa pinag-uusapan sa ADB. But I don't know if that would explore. But it's still under the board approved sa opisina po ng CHESA. We're just waiting for funding allocation, Mr. Chair.
Yes, last follow-up question. Do you think this 2023 we can expect this committed amount to the city of Baguio?
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Lapid.
Mr. Chair, to tell you honestly po, hindi po. Hindi pa ho namin kakayanin for 2023, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you.
Salamat, Rep. Go. Salamat, Jem Lapid. Well, at this point, Secretary Frasco has been patiently and tediously answering all our questions, and we thank her for that. But unfortunately, she has another equally pressing appointment at the Speaker's office, and so we will have to excuse her at this point. Of course, the budget briefing will go on with the rest of the officers. So, hindi pa tayo tapos. But before we let Secretary Frasco go, perhaps some final words, and after that, we will seek a response from the Minority Leader, the Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Daso.
Madam Chair, members of the House of Representatives, I would like to take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude for the support that you have expressed for the Department of Tourism. Recognizing the importance of this industry and the importance of its revival and recovery, which is directly related to the recovery of the livelihood of the Filipino people. With the budget that we presently have, we are doing everything that we can to ensure that the impact of the Marcos administration's new programs for tourism are felt right away. However, we will need your help in shepherding the budget of the Department of Tourism to the end that we would be able to implement in full all of the new programs and projects so that our hopes and aspirations for the revival of the tourism industry will come into fruition sooner rather than later, and that the industry would be allowed to come back stronger than ever. Daghan kayong salamat to the members of this committee and to the House of Representatives.
Thank you. SDML Paul Daza.
Madam Chair, we join the chair and the members of the majority in expressing our gratitude for the time spent here this morning with the good secretary. And we realize she has other duties, but with the able undersecretaries and other officials, I think we can finish the budget hearing without her presence. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
All right, salamat, Secretary Frasco. Right, so Secretary Frasco, before you leave, can you kindly designate your representative who will play the role of team leader.
Madam Chair, in view of the fact that I've been requested by the Speaker to join him, I would like to designate Undersecretary Shireen Gail Yu Pamintuan to lead our delegation in the continuation of the budget hearing, and she will also yield the floor to the DOT officials and attached agencies that are here for more specific questions.
Thank you. Yusek Pamintuan, you are recognized.
Next on our list for interpellation, the Representative Edgar Chato on Zoom. Sir, you are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Senior Vice Chair. And Secretary Frasco, I think she's still in the hall. Let me congratulate her for her appointment as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. And I am very happy also to listen to her presentation together with the other officials of her team, including our members of Congress present. My concerns are not parochial. When we passed the Tourism Act of 2009, RA 9593, specifically, we included infrastructure in the structure of the DOT. We would like to emphasize that the original draft only used TESA, meaning there was no infrastructure arm in the DOT. The House panel insisted that we should have an infrastructure arm by adding I to make it TESA, precisely because we realize and recognize the importance of infrastructure in pushing our tourism industry forward. I am raising this concern because with the information from the good secretary that we don't have a capital outlay for 2023, and with the dropping of the collection of travel tax, obviously because of the pandemic, plus the reallocation of the unspent TIESA funds to respond to the needs of the pandemic, I'm now wondering how much funds really would TIESA have in his hand. Maybe GM Mark can answer this because he was with us when he crafted the Tourism Act of 2009. And the other question I would like to ask also is, how true is it that the funds that were used in the pandemic were not actually savings, as what GM Mark was saying a while ago, but these were actually unimplemented projects of TIESA? I would also want to know and be clarified on this. I understand that while we have a new GM coming, getting in, our other officials of TIESA are still around to give us an explanation. If these were really funds that were intended for projects, I think it is just right and proper that our secretary, together with the support of our members of Congress, would really lobby for the start of returning some funds for TIESA. Otherwise, there will be no projects for infra in the tourism department. Let us take note that the TIESA funds is different from the Convergence Fund. The Convergence Fund with DPWH is in separate section 34 of Republic Act 9593, which says that there should be a convergence between DOT, DPWH, and DTR in the road and infrastructure programs for tourism areas, ports, and seaports. So this is not covered by TIESA. The TIESA fund is entirely a different fund. So our colleagues in Congress, I am raising this so we can stand together and say, tell DBM that they should bring this back to TIESA. So 2023, we can still expect tourism infrastructure, especially at our local level, which needs a lot of support and assistance. The other thing that I would like to hear is about whether or not the operation of TIESA can be maximized using the existing funding available with the department. the funding under the TIEZA is really a special allocation. It's not even in the GAA. So we would like to ask the USEC assigned by Secretary Frasco and of course GM Lapid to give some clarification on the matter.
Thank you, Congressman Chato. And since all the questions were directed to TIEZA, the chair will now recognize GM Mark Lapid for a response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Congressman Chato. I don't know if Congressman Chato was able to get me the last statement a while ago, but he was correct. I stand to be corrected. It is not as coming from the savings from the 12 billion, but I was corrected a while ago. These were allocated actually projects that were been approved by the board na natanggalan ho ng pondo. Yun po yung nakuha dun sa 12 billion. But to further expound, if I may, Mr. Chair, may I request our ACOO for Finance and Admin to be recognized para po doon sa details ng mga tinatanong ni Congressman Chato. Since yung iba ko kasi way back 2020, I was just appointed last year, so medyo mas familiar siya doon sa iba kung what happened doon sa nakuhanan namin pera. But you're correct. Correct po si Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Chato, that we are the infrastructure arm of the Department of Tourism. And I think yung nire-request po ni Secretary na infrastructure budget kami rin po ang mag-i-implement para po doon sa mga infrastructure project. Kaya lang po nagkaroon ng request for
Name and title for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Joy Bulawitan, the Assistant COO for In April 2020, we received a letter from Department of Finance directing TIEZA to remit 12 billion to the directive of the DOF, and so we remitted the entire amount of 12 billion to the Bureau of Treasury. So this 12 billion comprised of in order to remit the entire amount of 12 billion to the Department of Finance.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Chato, are you still around?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, as early as 2009, when the BICAM was convened, we warned the Department of Budget and Management on the fact that we cannot rely on the travel tax for the sole purpose of funding the programs under TIEZA and the other agencies that were provided support. The reason is that the country, other than the pandemic, which was unforeseen, has also made agreements and signed agreements with other countries, including the ASEAN, on free border travel arrangements, which means that travel tax in the future will not really be there anymore. We were warning the DBM already as early as that. They should be able to look for funds to fund the programs under TIEZA when the law was already passed. And I think with the present circumstances, it will be important to support the Secretary's need of and proposal of additional 5 billion initially, at least not the entire amount that was reallocated. The allocation of the funds was by law, not only by GAA. And so we would like to support and urge all members of Congress to support the appeal of Secretary Frasco, because that will really go a long way in supporting and addressing the unimplemented projects and programs. My other concern is on the trips. I just want to be clarified. Which agency is identifying the prioritization of the roads to be covered under trips? Is it the DOT? Is it the DPWH? Or is it a joint committee or team from the two agencies?
Proceed to recognize the DOT family. Rep Chato, maybe just inform me that was your last question. Your time is up po.
Good afternoon, Mr. Congressman. With respect to the trips, ideally, these projects should have been jointly identified by both agencies, but the TRIPS project was supposed to be suspended as a convergence program. And because of the pronouncement of the president, the DPWH allocated particular budget for this just in this recent months. Projects, multi-year projects that have been started way back. So at this point, we will have
Thank you, Yusek Shireen. Next on our list is Congressman Olaso. You're now recognized, sir.
Good morning, sir. And to the rest of the tourism member came here, good morning. By the way, I have some concerns here pertaining to beloved Zamboanga City. May I know what is the plan for DOT or any program, particularly in Zamboanga City, since Zamboanga City is the gateway to Sabah, Malaysia? We're really expecting tourism to boost in Zamboanga City. Since the time of pandemic, everything went down. So I would like to know what's your plan about this, ma'am?
by the secretary earlier, we will be providing equal attention to everyone. And as part of our initiatives is that we will focus on developing regional circuits, and we very important so that we can build and develop these new tourism circuits, which will involve multidimensional tourism. We know that you are actually the gateway our market and product development. USEC Verna Buencesaso, please.
Circuits. Just for the information of the body, in regard to Zamboanga, mga kaon sa food crawl circuit. This has been developed together with the Zamboanga Sibugay tourism circuit, and again another Zamboanga del Sur, Zamboanga del our presence in relation to our activities with BIMP EAGA, no? Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia. Arrivals also coming from this region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek. Kong Olaso.
Okay, thank you. John, from here. We have our Santa Cruz Island, the great Santa Cruz Island, that produces pink sand in Zamboanga City. And we also have our 11 islas I would like to know what's the plan of DOT for Santa Cruz Island and Once Islas, because as of now at Santa Cruz Island we're having difficulty because we don't have any water at Santa Cruz Island. So we would like to know what's your plan for Santa Cruz Island and the Once Islas.
Your RD is here and will be able to respond to all your specific questions. If I can yield the floor.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
May what to say? Yeah, in the interest of time, you may please answer the question briefly, and then after, maybe request the good regional director to please meet with the Congo Lasso to address all these other concerns. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Chrisma Rodriguez, the Regional Director of the DOT Region 9. Calling for your information, for Once Islas and Santa Cruz Islands, these are both targets for our regional dive program. And we are also in talks with the Protected Area Management Board of the Santa Cruz, Great and Little Santa Cruz Islands for other activities within the island.
Okay, there are more questions pertaining to Zamboanga City Golf Course. Any rehabilitation for the Zamboanga City Golf Course? Because it's been a very long time already that Zamboanga City Golf Course has been, I think, left behind. So I think we have to do some rehabilitation there if it's possible.
Yusek, please go ahead.
I would just like to inform the good congressman that actually we golf course
or capital building sa Casa Real. Oo, Casa
is
Real
a property of the Tiaza, which we have just that much budget for the following year, but we will consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to ask if possible, can we hand over that to Zamboanga City to the LGU so that Zamboanga City local government will run? When I was still a child, I used to see a lot of foreigners in Zamboanga City. Gold, but nowadays, there are none anymore. That's why how their tourism industry boost their country. Kaya sabi ko, kailangan talaga natin bigyan ng pansin to. And that will really help
The comment or a response to your query earlier. GM Lapid.
Actually, Chair, we just want to acknowledge that the and management. The only thing that we already raised it on our board, but our board instructed the management to seek first the master planning of the whole golf course before pursuing the transfer of operation and management, Mr. Chair. So we're on a process right now, Mr. Chair, on that avenue.
Thank you, Sir Mark Lapid. But the master planning that will be conducted by the by your side or by the LG?
TIESA po. By
TIESA.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you.
And then after that, Mr. Chair, we will sit down with you, probably with the council, together with you, to present the master plan for the golf course.
Thank you so much, Sir Mark Lapid. And I still have, I think, 3 questions. We have a series of polls in Zamboanga City. We have the Ipa-Ipa polls. We have the Nancy polls. Then we have the Papaya polls. But unfortunately, roads going to Ipa-Ipa polls is really bad. And as well, Papaya polls, the bridge has broken down. I would like to ask help from the Department of Tourism if we can allocate some funds for these polls in Zamboanga City. And not only for the polls, but in particular in Barangay Pamukutan, the road leading to the polls is also road leading to farm to market road. So we badly need a bridge in that area, Mr. Chair. When I was still a councilor in Zamboanga City, I even put filling materials just to help build the roads. But unfortunately, as councilor, I don't have any fundings. That is my personal money that I've been putting there. Now I become a congressman. The people vote for me. That's why I'm really talking here, and that is my cry for Zamboanga City, that I'm really asking to help me put that bridge in Barangay Pamukutan, because the farmers and of course the tourists, they really busy that area, Mr. Chair. I hope they can help us as soon as possible.
Kong Olaso, just to inform you that your time is up. Unfortunately, before I ask the department to respond, if you have any other concerns, I know the good regional director will be there to assist you with all your other concerns. Please, Yusek Shireen, may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kong, we commiserate, we understand, we've identified those lack of access roads to a lot of our important tourism destinations. We also recognize that even if we create all of these tourism circuits, if they are not accessible, then the entire program will also, be not as successful.
Yes.
So we also appeal to you for your support to allow the DOT to have a capital outlay budget for next year, so that we can also consider.
Before
Thank
I
you so much.
recognize our next thank you, Kong. Before I recognize our next on the list for interpellation, I'd like to acknowledge the Representative Peter Miguel, who's joining us via Zoom. You're now recognized, Rep. Miguel. Next on our list is your answer. Sir, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary, Madam Chair. Sarangani Province has benefited seascape. Okay, so that being said, we have pilot whales, we have great reefs for diving, we have miniature orcas. Mount Busa, currently the Sangguniang is area. Now in Mount Busa, we have 2 pairs of Philippine eagles, which we've been working with the Philippine Eagle Foundation with. And these are endangered species, no? We have tarsiers, we have mossy forests, things of this nature. So I guess my question would be, can the DOT help us with by an instrumentality, I don't know exactly what, but help us with our application for protected area. I'm not sure how many mossy forests are left in the entire country, but this is it has a mossy forest. Protected area application of Mount Busa. Thank you, ma'am.
Yusek Shireen, please go ahead.
Would be happy to endorse and support your application, but maybe to also discuss more on ecotourism, may I yield the floor to OIC.
afternoon, Congressman Solon. With regard to Mount Busa, it is a protected area at the moment, and between the Department of Tourism and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We have what we call a National Ecotourism Development Committee, and at the local level, we have regional ecotourism committees. So at the moment, I know that we are in the process of updating the National Ecotourism Strategy, and we would be happy to include Mount Pusa as part of the, the other priority areas for ecotourism development. Thank you very much.
Kong Solon, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there are no more questions, the chair now recognizes the Honorable Joseph Tan for his interpellation. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ito naman hindi ho questions, no? It's rather a suggestions, no? Una na, no, paano nga naman ho talaga pupunta ang mga turista sa atin kung yung mga kalsada natin papunta sa mga tourist destination ay hira-sira? So andyan ang convergence. Kaya nga sinasabi ko nga ho kanina, dapat may total inventory tayo nung kalsada ng from the city going to yung tourist destinations. Para sa ganun, maipilit ho natin mapondohan siya. Kasi nakikita ho natin na talagang sakto lang ang mga pondong binababa. So isang malaking bagay yon na talagang ma-quantify natin, makuha natin haba noon at malagyan na amount at ipilit natin mapondohan siya. Yun nun sinasabi ko kay Yusek kanina, nakatayo ako kanina. No? Pangalawa, yung tungkol, kasi one time napunta tayo sa China, ang tanong agad sa atin, meron ba kayo international airport? Wala. Meron. Pero nasa Manila o nasa ibang lugar. Meron ba tayong international port? Ang sagot din natin wala. So sa nakikita ho natin, para mahikayat natin itong mga turistang pupunta sa atin, dapat kung meron tayong 16 regions, no? Dapat 16 regions, meron tayong international airport man lang para mas maging conveniente. Yun dapat i-insist natin sa DOTR, sa DOT, kung sino man magpopondo. Di po ba, no? Yun, minsan talagang aminin na natin, nagsisiksikan lang ho tayo sa mga ibang lugar. At siyempre, ito pa, yung ito mga suggestions lang natin. Kaya natin lalo yung mga farm tourism, yung mga manufacturismo, yung mga etc. At yung mga CR, talagang napaka-importante ho niyan. At alam ko, ang DOT, merong competition dyan eh. Yung sino yung pinakamagandang CR sa region, merong mga patimpalak dyan eh. So encourage natin ang LGU. Kailangan ang LGU natin ay bilang city mayor for 3 term ng Santiago City, nakikita ko yan eh. Talagang dapat kasali ang LGU. Hindi naman pwede yasa lahat sa national level. Yun ho yun. At ito pa isa para mas mabilis naman. Dati kasi meron ho tayong visa free, no? Sa China, no? Bakit di natin testingin uli na hindi lang SEA ng free visa, pwede rin naman China. Di po ba, no? So yan mga suggestions lang natin. Sana maging parte ng kaisipan ng DOT kapag nag-usap-usap muli ang budget, DOTR, DPWH, at ng DOT. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Honorable Joseph Tan. Yusek Shireen, do you have a response?
We'd like to thank the Honorable Congressman for his suggestions, and we assure you that we take note of these, and we've already started conversations with the relevant government agencies regarding to this. It's one of the top priorities of Secretary Frasco. Thank you.
Thank you po, Yusek. Next on our list is our Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Dasa. Sir, you have 2.5 minutes for your second round of interpellations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Considering the time and the next department, I will not interpolate anymore, Mr. Chair. But allow me, I think we heard from a few members the problems that were caused through the TIESA. So may I request TIESA to help the members who are complaining about projects that were defunded, essentially, and that were already obligated and awarded, but the funds were remitted to the Treasury. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, can we request the TIEZA to make an appeal to DBM again, more or less 700 million pesos to fund obligated projects, bidded and obligated. Those were the complaints of many of our.
Thank you, Kong Paul Dasa. The chair recognizes GM Mark Lapid for response.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We will comply po. We will write a letter again. So we will try it again this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, po.
Thank you, GM Lapid. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Kong.
Thank you for that. And maybe you could cite in your many complaints from the regional offices of DOT because their capital outlay. Remember, Mr. Chair, DBM, I recall, had said that they will release all FLRs. So may we request from the DOT to immediately that will help our regional offices with their equipment, laptops. In my region, ang reklamo po doon, nagli-leak na yung bubong nila, wala silang pang-repair. So, can we get a commitment to releases of the FLRs, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Kong Paul Dasa. Unfortunately, your time is up, sir. But then, of course, we'll have a response, or can we get a response from?
We will continue to write and send our appeals for all of FLRs to be released, and we will update you on this.
Thank you.
Kong Paul. The representative from DBM, you are now recognized. Please state your name and position for the record. The representative from DBM, are you around? Kong Paul will get back to DBM. I think they're having some technical difficulties. So next on our list, we have Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Sir, you're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Ino D. Also, my greetings to our senior Vice Chairman of our Appropriations, Stella Kimbo, and good afternoon to the officialdom of the Department of Tourism. I come from Cagayan de Oro City, the land of the best whitewater rafting in the world. It's also the land of the most friendly, the friendliest people of the world, because our city has very hospitable residents, and we are called the City of Golden Friendship. Now, Mr. Chairman, I would like to state that last 18th Congress, I was able to file bills to declare as ecotourism zones 6 caves and 7 waterfalls of Cagayan de Oro City. Now, I would like to commend our Regional Director, May Unchuan, for doing a very outstanding job as our regional director since for the past years, and she immediately, upon securing a copy of the bills, formed an inspection team to look at all the caves and all the falls. Of these six caves, one has already been developed, the Macahambos Cave, so I did not include that. Macahambos Cave is where the third battle of Cagayan de Oro against the Americans was waged, and that is the first win of Filipino forces in the entire Mindanao in 1900 against the Americans. Now, of the six falls, one is already developed, and that is the FS Catalico, so I didn't include that. So therefore, my question now is, I now have here a letter which will be submitted to our Honorable Secretary. She has left, but the other officials, important officials, are here. And so, may we know whether these particular trip projects, tourism, road infrastructure program, I have here five, that goes to one, the Lady of Our Lady Guadalupe Shrine in Barangay Balubal. Next, the road to finish the tourist destination FS Catanico Falls in FS Catanico, access road leading to Bigaan Falls, Barangay Indahag, and leading to the Malumot Falls. That's the fourth one. And the fifth one is road leading to Amaya View in Dahag, Cagayan de Oro. May we know the response of the Department of Tourism. These particular proposed projects have likewise been recommended by outstanding Regional Director May Unchuan of Region 10 based in Cagayan de Oro City.
May we hear a response from the DOT? Yusek?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Congressman Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
With respect to the trips, we would like to assure you that it's part of the about 5 billion budget that we've requested in our Tier 2 to support the unfunded trips. But as of this moment and as we speak, I understand that the DPWH is recalibrating the projects identified in the 2023 trip that they're proposing. So we will have to get back to you on that, on the final list, which is being finalized by DPWH and the DBM. But we will respond to you and reach out to your office regarding this update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first part is the very correct answer. The second part is semi-correct. So thank you very much. And so we expect to have you, our Undersecretary, Attorney Paniera Pamintuan, correct? Yes. Okay. To be able to have this as recommended by outstanding Regional Director May Unchuan. So that is my request. Now, number two, would the Honorable Undersecretary likewise be able to provide funding? You know, in Cagayan de Oro, I listened to President Bongbong Marcos, and he says our Filipino brand is rooted in our rich cultural heritage. And that is why Cagayan de Oro fought against the Americans. And there are many places of history in our city, including the 18th century Metropolitan Cagayan Cathedral. Okay. So we are now finalizing with Director May Unchuan what we call the Heritage Trail. Ayan. Heritage Trail. Where? Because we go to the old water tank of 1922 of the city of Cagayan de Oro. We go to the former Club Popular where the Cagayanons declared war against the Americans in Club Popular, and also the old Casa Real of the Spanish Alcalde Mayor. Would the Undersecretary finance also a heritage trail for Cagayan de Oro connecting to Misamis Oriental? Because I see here Congressman Bambi Emano and Congressman Christian Onabia, and then it goes to Camiguin, Congressman J.J. Romualdo is here. Because these were only before, this is once Cagayan de Oro, Cagayan de Misamis, this area. Would you be willing to receive our proposal for the heritage trail for Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental, and Camiguin, Undersecretary?
Before I ask the USEC Shireen to respond, Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, your time is up, sir. But again, may we recognize USEC Shireen to respond.
Mr. Congressman, I'd like you to know that we welcome with open arms your proposal for all of these developments in your area. However, we also appeal to you to support us in our request also to have a capital outlay budget in our FY 2023 budget. As you know, we are only limited to MOOE and PS for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wish to state and manifest my 150% support for the budget of the Department of Tourism. Pero can you give me just one question to TIESA? Because I will not give justice to TIESA if they will not be able to answer just one question, and then I go peacefully and quietly to the afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Just one.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the kind consideration of Chair Stella and of course Chair D. Now to TIESA, my question consists only of a very simple one. First, follow up of the FS Catanico village, and then what we have, the construction of facilities in Bigaan Falls. This is all endorsed by Director May Onchuan. Bigaan Falls, construction facilities at Manlumot Falls, the Boy Scout Council complex that we have. So those are the four questions, four matters in one question. What happened to my FS Catanico Falls, which was already 8-year-old, even before the pandemic, inapproved na yung 10 million. And then I have now 10 million each for these four places, and a letter will be coming here because Attorney Kenny is right there at the back of the door to submit letters to the DOT for the trips and here for the TIESA to our General Manager, the Honorable Mark Lapid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kong Rufus. The chair now recognizes GM Mark Lapid for a response.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Congressman Rodriguez. Magandang hapon po. Sir, regarding the FS Catanico Spring Resort, sir, I think based on the information that was given to me by the engineering department, it was terminated. The contract was terminated because of the lack of ECC, Mr. Chair. So yun po ang nagka-problema yata. And then the others, Mr. Chair, wala pa hong formal parang request yata, sir, na napunta po sa office, yung mga nabanggit nyong iba, aside from the FS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll submit the letter request. Right now, my chief of staff is at your back. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Inahanap ko tuloy, Mr. Chair. Kala ko nandito sa likod ko eh. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, GM Lapid. We actually have on Zoom Director Maria Crescencia Sunga, again from the representative from DBM, to respond to the query of our Congressman Paul Dasa earlier regarding the 700 million of obligated projects that were moved, or were used for the Bayanihan Fund. And then also requesting for the release of capital outlay for the regional offices. Am I correct, Congressman Dasa?
Yes, the FLRs from 2021 and 2022.
Okay, Director Maria, you are now recognized.
Hello, good afternoon po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. To answer the query of Kong Dasa, on the release of the FLR for 2021 and 2022, as of now, there is no pending request coming from the DOT. However, the previous requests made by DOT were returned to them due to lack of supporting documents or inconsistency in the reports.
May we ask Yusek Shireen to please respond to DBM?
That is correct. I think we have been writing to the DBM. Our regional offices have been sending their letters for applications for FLRs. But recently, these letters were returned due to lack of certain supporting documents, which the finance team is already taking care of. We just had to set it aside for a while in preparation for this budget hearing, but we assure you that we are working on it, Mr. Congressman. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek Shireen. I will now yield the chair back to our Senior Vice Chair, Kong Stella Kimbo.
Before we entertain our favorite motion, just one clarificatory question for Tiesa. So again, for 2023, your proposed budget from the NG, so your proposed budgetary support from NG is 113 million. Is that correct, sir?
It's 696 million, ma'am. The one that we're requesting. The one
No,
that,
no,
the
that was approved by DBM is 113.
Oh, that was for 2020. That was for 2022, ma'am.
I'm reading it here on page 858, column 3, which clearly states 2023. It appears to be 113,646 billion.
For 2023, Madam Chair, we're requesting 696 support.
Yes, but what
for
under the NAP, meaning approved by the DBM for proposal to Congress, is 113
that was meant for 2022, Madam Chair. Kasi the one that we requested last year, we requested for a subsidy of 400 million support for PS. We were only granted 113.
Jim Lapid, I think you need to check the NAP.
Yes, we will po, ma'am.
It is very
Parang
clear here that your new general appropriations is 113,646,000, and that is for 2023. For 2022, it was 186,296,000.
We will clarify po with any.
No, that is what is stated on the record, Jim Lapid. Right, so my next question is,
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, if you recall, there was a second query to DBM. There was a second query. If we maybe after you're done, I just wanted to remind the committee there was a pending question to the DBM as regards TIESA for the funds that were reverted back for the obligated and ongoing projects of the TIESA, Madam Chair, with your indulgence. Thank you.
yes, let me just finish my question. Jim Lapid, you have other sources of funds, correct? Because you receive a portion of the travel tax. So those proceeds are over and above what budgetary support you receive from the national government. That's correct?
Yes, po. That's correct.
Right. For last year, 2021, what was the total amount of collections coming from travel taxes?
For 2021, ma'am, for the whole year, for 2021, on the gross collection, ma'am, we were able to collect 637 billion on the gross.
1.627 billion.
95. 1.695, ma'am. 637 billion.
Okay. For 2022, January to date, how much have you collected?
Up to date for 2022, up to the month of August, ma'am, we were able to collect 1.169,426 million, Madam Chair, gross.
Okay, thank you. So on top of, are there any other sources of funds apart from your budgetary support from government, travel tax proceeds?
No more. Aside from our operating entities, ma'am, no more. Other sources of funds po namin.
How about investment income?
For our 2023 projection, ma'am, we're projecting 10 million for our investment.
Okay, and what would be your projections on travel tax proceeds for 2023?
We projected 768.842, ma'am,
That is for 2023.
for 2023.
GM Lapid, 2021, sarado pa ang mundo, 1.695 billion. 2022, partially open, or we've been traveling already. Collections ninyo 1.16 January to August. Bakit po pagdating ng 2023 na inaasahan po natin na mas marami na ang biyahe? Bakit po 768 million lamang ang projected revenues?
Actually, ma'am, for 2021 po, we submitted yes, yung propose. Ma'am, wait lang po May I just projected.
Bakit naman lahat eh? Kasi
Mali ang figure na binigay mo. It's only 328 million ang collection natin for 2021.
Hindi ano yan, yung share lang ng GSA.
Yeah. Kaya nga mali. 1.6 ang total. Mali ang figures na binigay mo.
Thank you, GM Lapid.
Oo. Ma'am,
so in other words, the other way to ask the question is, para sa taong 2023, magkano po ang operating budget natin? Kasi kanina pa po sinasabi na wala ng pera ang TIEZA,
yes.
pero sa totoo lang po, meron naman, hindi naman zero. Diba?
Hindi po
Oo nga po.
zero,
So,
ma'am. Kasi
ano po
these are
ang-
projected collections
Opo.
po.
So ano ang
ang target budget
2023?
po namin for 2023, ma'am, is 1.340 million, 107 billion.
Okay, so this is the operating budget for
Yes po.
2023, including the 113 million from the national government.
Yes po.
Kasama na po yun.
Yes po.
Okay. So, ang projects to be supported and activities to be supported by this fund, can you just kindly submit that
Yes, we will po.
to the committee para mapag-aralan po natin?
Sige po, ma'am. We will po.
So, since you are the infrastructure arm of DOT, how much worth of infrastructure projects would you have out of this 1.349 billion pesos?
Wala po, ma'am.
So, zero.
Zero
So,
po.
saan po natin gagamitin ang 1.3490?
Kasi,
Para
ma'am,
sa PS lang po at MOOE?
PS po at saka MOOE sa operations po namin, ma'am.
Pero hindi po ba ang mandato ng TIEZA ay kayo po ang infrastructure arm?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if you have 1.349 billion, hindi po ba dapat ang priority po is to fund infrastructure projects?
Yes, ma'am. We have a pending backlog of 10 billion po na board-approved na infrastructure funds. So, ang nangyayari po, ma'am, once we collected, doon ho namin ina-allocate yung mga na-approve na, kamukha po nung binanggit ni Congresswoman na Jocelyn kanina. So, we allocate so that we can implement slowly kung ano po yung mga na-approve na ng board namin. So right now po kasi kaya hindi ho kami makapag-project ng budget dahil meron pa ho kaming backlog na nasa amin. So yun pa lang po ang pinaprioritize namin kasi since 2019 pa ho yung mga request na yan na na-approve na po ng board. Yung iba na suspend po as yung binabanggit po ni Congressman Dasa kanina na we are obligated to pay this na suspend lang po. So doon po namin ina-allocate, ma'am. That's why it's zero on our budget because nagbe-base lang po kami sa collection na tinatanggap namin.
Okay, so in short, no new infrastructure projects dahil meron po kayong backlog.
Yes.
Pero pwede po namin malaman ang prioritization dito po sa backlog.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
obviously po itong 1.349 ay kulang pa.
Yes.
Gustong malaman ng mga distrito kung pang-ilan po sila sa priority
Yes.
ng TIESA projects.
We will, if I may, ma'am, we will just submit the complete list po sa inyo po.
Salamat, GM Lapid.
Thank you po.
SDML Paul Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just a follow-up with the DBM on the issue with the funding the obligated projects by TIESA. Yun lang, Madam Chair.
Director Sunga of DBM, you are recognized.
Madam Chair, I am not the director handling TIESA. Another bureau is handling TIESA.
Is she with you at the moment, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
She is not logged on.
Yes po.
Okay, we will just write to her, SDML Paul Daza. May humabol pa po na isa. Akala ko magsasara na ang tindahan. The chair recognizes from the majority, Representative Benny Abante.
Magandang hapon po. Magandang tanghali, Madam Chair. Magandang tanghali po, Madam Secretary, at ang ating mga magigiting na mga leaders ng Department of Tourism. I just would like to ask a question. I'm just interested. No? Palagay ko, I think it's the GM TIESA that could be able to answer this for me. Meron ba kayong project sa City of Manila?
Yusek?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, ikaw ang sagot.
Mr. Congressman, I think your question is specifically directed to TIESA. So, Madam Chair, may I yield?
Sir, I think for Intramuros lang po ang meron.
Intramuros? Okay. Anyway, my district, 6th District of Manila, Madam Chair, for your information, is where Malacanang belongs. All right? That is my district. And secondly, Santa Ana is now a National Heritage Site. I hope that you would be able to look into it and perhaps you could be able to communicate with my staff or me personally. We could be able to talk about certain projects that DOT could be able to have in my district, being the Washington, D.C. of the Philippines, actually, and Santa Ana being actually a National Heritage Site. Thank you very much. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Salamat.
Salamat po, Rep. Abante. Do I hear a motion from Vice Chair Ino? Oh, sorry. Before we entertain that motion, of course, we need to hear very important closing remarks from the chair of our Committee on Tourism, Rep. Madrona.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And good afternoon to the members of the Department of Tourism. So I had been staying here since 9 o'clock up to now, not to ask you a question, but I want to hear really what are the concerns of our constituencies, our congressmen. And one thing is very, very clear. DOT has this much budget, but the expectation is that much. We have heard no less than the President said that tourism is one of the drivers for economic development. Pero atin-atin na lang, how can you be a driver for economic development when you have only this much to spend? it was good that no less than the minority group supported what we should be asking now to increase the budget of DOT. And it was good too that we have heard no less than the secretary said that the instruction of the president is for tourism, to make the Philippines a tourism powerhouse in Asia. So it is how do you call that? It is my request as chairman of the Committee on Transportation of Tourism, which incidentally for the record, I have already noticed that we have exceeded the allotted number of members from 55 to almost 70, meaning a lot of our members are very, very interested in tourism. And I don't want these members disappointed to face the fact that after we pass all the bills declaring this or that area as tourism areas, wala rin po kaming makukuha sa TIESA at wala rin kaming makukuha sa DOT. So it is my request that of course, I will not endorse the 3.2 budget of DOT. I am endorsing the maximum of 12.2, which I understand is composed of 7.6 billion for the Tier 1 and the remaining for Tier 2. And I think by then, probably, we could expect a lot of success. And I will be very proud as chairman of the Committee on Tourism to see that our tourism industry here will boom. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Rep. Madrona. Tama po yun. Ito yata ang pinakamahabang DOT budget briefing na naranasan ko ever. But it only goes to show na talagang marami pong gustong sumuporta, nanggigigil na talaga lahat para sa pagbangon ng ating tourism sector. So on that note, let us hear music to our ears.
Madam Chair, may I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the Department of Tourism? I so move, Madam Chair.
The motion has been seconded. So the budget briefing is now terminated.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend the budget briefing of the Committee on Appropriations. So move, Madam Chair.
Budget briefing suspended.